Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting of the Lancaster County Council to order. I'd ask that the clerk note for the record that a quorum of council is present, that public notice of the meeting, including the meeting agenda, has been posted the required length of time in the lobby of the County Administration Building and on the county website, and that the news media was notified of the meeting time and place. I welcome you to your county council meeting. I would ask that you take a moment to turn off or place on vibrate any cell phones or pagers. Thank you for not wearing any hats or caps in the council chambers. And please be considerate of others in the room by refraining from conversations during the meeting. I ask that you please stand and join council for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation given this evening or this afternoon by Council Member Stuart Graham. States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, please be with us as we discuss the matters of the council. Please allow us to be smart in our decisions and guide us through this process. In Christ's name, amen.
Amen. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Have a motion from Mr. Louise, a second from Ms. McGriff. Any discussion? If not, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. It's unanimous. Okay, we're going to start with our departmental presentations for the budget and discussion items. Opening budget remarks, Mr. Marstall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council member. Looking forward to kicking off our budget process for the FY26 year. And so today, before Ms. Harris comes up as our CFO, a couple of things I wanted to highlight is I know we have two new council members as we go through this process. Clearly, as we look through things, I've had a chance to meet with all the department directors to review their budget requests. So first, a big thank you to our department directors as they've been putting a lot of thought into their budget presentations. We've kind of had a little bit drawn out process this year where we had some of the personnel requests and other information technology requests due in December. So council wanted to know that they had budget on their mind for a while. And so now you get to see the culmination of what the department requests are today and through the next workshop next Wednesday. But as I've been looking at this, I've taken into account our conversation from the retreat, certainly the strategic plan, and what the departments are requesting. And so you'll see here the individual department presentations, and then we will conclude the workshop today with an overview of all the requests, even that includes what you'll hear from next Wednesday at the workshop next Wednesday. But also I want to certainly offer my thanks to our finance and budget team. They've certainly been working diligently to get to this point for budget presentations. For this year, we have extended the presentation times for department directors. Last year we had 5 minutes. This year we have 8. You'll see some department directors will be eager to get through their presentation and take any questions from you. So this is a key step. I know you all want to hear from the department directors. They appreciate the opportunity to present in front of you. And so you have the PowerPoint slides that kind of gives the overview of their employees, their priorities and how they connect to the strategic plan, as well as a % change on their recommendation from prior year budget. They also have data in there to highlight some of the service delivery that they're doing and basically the key outputs from their services. And then you get to get into some of the detail on the second page and third pages about what their specific requests are for this year. You will also see some of them do have new revenue requests or fee schedule requests, and so those will be noted or highlighted in green as well going forward. So we're going to have a mix of conversation between expenditures and revenue.
Mr. Chair, I got a question. You're saying we're gonna be out here at 4:30, right?
I didn't say that.
Okay. I was giving you a little time there. Pretty close to 4:30.
However, council wants to carry the conversation. I have no time. I'm at your service today. I'm at your service.
And in looking at the budget, I know there was a lot of departments requesting pay increases, but that will all come with your recommendation across the board.
Correct, yeah. So some departments you'll see, and we're going to summarize that for you at the end of the presentations today, but some departments had some position-specific requests. We will talk in general about, do we want to honor some of those requests, but also looking holistically, even a conversation today to start about potentially increasing the minimum wage for county employees, but also what is the level you're comfortable with across-the-board increases for county employees.
One other concern, do you have what's available in our general fund? So we can be thinking about one-time costs that we can pull from that, or are you going to make that recommendation?
Yes, we have fund balance information that we can give you for fund balance for where we have in the past traditionally used one-time expenditures from that. You will get that as part of my recommendation. So my recommendation will be the first week in May after we hear from the departments. I get some more feedback from you during these conversations will help inform my recommendation. But you will see probably 3 buckets where we will look certainly within our funds. We know it's already coming from capital project sales tax, but you will see, we're going to talk about revenue today as well, but you'll see some general fund information, and then fund balance is a key way. And I know there's interest from county council about spending down some of the fund balance, and we'll keep that in context with next week. We're going to talk about the capital improvement program next week. So balancing how there are some things in the operating budget that we can do one time, but then also thinking about how you want to do the capital budget with some one-time expenses. So we'll put that picture together for you after you hear from everyone next week. So.
And then, Mr. Chairman, I had a general comment question. So, and I know we got the budget file, so that includes historical budgets. Does it include the existing budget as well?
FY25 to date.
Okay. So it includes the budget and the year-to-date actuals? Perfect.
Yes.
Okay. And then does it identify the original budget and then any amendments that have been done?
No, you have the amended budget is what you've got in your spreadsheet.
In here?
In the files, yeah, in the Excel files.
This is the amended, not the original?
Right, it's the amended budget, and it's 5 years from fiscal year 2020 through
Okay.
the current year. And so there's columns that show the amended budget for each of those years as well as the actual for each.
Okay. And then one other thing, just as we go through, if we could identify the line items for the items that we'll be going over through each department, because it was hard to kind of keep track of where the numbers are going, and sometimes they didn't necessarily add up. So just want to make sure that we're covering everything and know where to look for them.
They're not by line item, but we do have it by.
It is by line item, but the line item detail is a lot more, it's several levels deeper than what you'll see. What you're going to see in the departmental request is a high-level summary of their budget requests, and what you have on the thumb drive is the line item detail. It's every single line item in the budget, excluding salaries and benefits, but every single line item.
Right, so for example, in the first one, the building inspections, we have operating of 4,100 as an increase amount, but I'm not seeing where that 4,100 is coming in the items below. So I'm not sure how those are adding up.
We might need to look at
Yeah,
Yeah, we might need to look at the way it's broken out on that thumb drive. Operating summarizes probably about 10 different line items. It's,
okay,
those lines are netted together
okay,
in his operating.
yep.
Yeah, we're happy as we go through this process. When we have clarifying or other information we can generate for you, that's certainly part of the process, so we can give you more clarity to help as we head towards recommendation.
Can I ask a question about fund balance?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can word this. On our fund balance, our uncommitted fund balance, say last year it was 70 million, and say this year it's going to be 80 million. I want to understand exactly where that 10 million extra is coming from. I know that part of it is building permits, but I want to also know, you know, with our current budget, our current amended budget, were we under budget? I mean, did we get 2 or 3 billion there? And I would just like a complete understanding where I think it would help council, because we always talk about the, uncommitted fund balance, but we really never have had an explanation where it grows from. And maybe that will help everybody in the budget process in the future. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can make sure to provide that. And
Okay.
for how we calculate the fund balance, the starting number, the changes that happened during the interim.
Yeah, and how
ultimately
we
end up with
how
that
we
new
ended
fund
up from
balance.
last year to this year. I think
Yes, sir.
that would just kind of explain something that if somebody asked me how we got 10 more million, I had no idea.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So I'll turn it over to Ms. Harris now as our CFO to help kick this off, and we'll get to the presentations from department directors. Ms. Harris?
Yes, thank you. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. First, thank you for just giving us the opportunity to be able to, before today, talk to you about the budget and the planning and the steps that got us to where we are right now. It's been a long process to get us here. We've had the budget roadshow. We've had multiple trainings with the departments. Departments have submitted their budget requests and had a chance to sit down with the county administrator to present their budget request. And now today, each one of them will come before you with their needs for the new fiscal year. So before we start, I just wanted to highlight a few adjustments that you're going to see reflected in the departmental budgets. These adjustments, they're intended to improve transparency, to help us with tracking, and also to support compliance with our financial reporting requirements. So one of the first changes that you'll see across all of the departments are adjustments in their utilities, telephones, and lease copiers. And so we work with our IT department to be able to not just look back at the historical activity, but to project out what their actual need would be for next year. And so in the departments, you're going to see where some of them there is a decrease in either of these line items, and some you're going to see an increase to make sure that we budget for the actual activity that's going on in those departments. And so that just helps us to get them aligned with what their actual needs are, and so that those particular line items aren't just running over when they are overspent, or there's excess sitting in some of the budgets that they really don't need. The next adjustment that you're going to see is specifically for software. And so what we've done to realign the software is, again, we collaborated with the IT department to be able to inventory all of the software across the county that's being used in departments, some by individual departments, some there are multiple departments using a single software, and some are what we would call IT specific. And so what we've done is we've created 3 different categories to make sure that, again, we can budget for these things appropriately, that we capture the increased cost year over year, that we're budgeting in the right place so that when it's time for tracking or reporting, especially as it relates to things that feed into the annual audit, that we can capture these things and report them out appropriately. So the first category.
That was one of my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot of departments had IT in their budget.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going to take that out of their budget
Well,
and do a one budget line item for IT, including all departments?
well, in some cases, yes. And so what we found when we inventoried the inventoried the software is that some departments were budgeting things in their supply line. They might budget it in their contracted services. Some were actually budgeted in a software line. And primarily for the annual audit, we need to be able to capture any subscription-based software to be able to report it appropriately as a part of the annual audit. And so what we did is we created 3 specific categories. The first category is if it is for a single department and only for that department, we would keep the budget in that department, but put it in a unique budget code so that we could appropriately report on it and track it when we need to. So those, the budget for those things, even if it just happened to be in IT last year, we've budgeted that in the department if it's for a single department. Okay? The second category is if it is software being used by multiple departments. We've budgeted that in the IT department, so IT would manage it, and it's in a unique line in the IT department, but it's being used by multiple departments. We have one exception to that scenario, and that's for our tax billing software, Public Q. We had worked with the vendor this year extensively to really make sure that we untangled that. We had bills going to the treasurer's office that belonged to the auditor, bills going to the assessor that belonged to delinquent tax. And so it took us some time to really unravel that and get it smoothed out in a process where it's budgeted in the department. The bills are, for the most part, up to now going to the right place. We still have some that might be out of whack, but we'll very quickly get those redirected to the right place. That is the single multi-use software that we have left it the way it is. All the others, if it is a multi-use, it's budgeted in the IT department in that unique budget code, and IT will manage that software and pay the bills when they come through. And then the last category is IT-specific software. So this would be like our Microsoft. It's used countywide. IT budgets it in their department. They pay the bill. They manage that software. All right. And I wanted to just ask before we go past that point, any questions about any of the potential realignments?
I got one question. What is IT going to do with utilities and telephone?
I'm sorry?
What does IT have to do with utilities and telephone? I'm just looking at buildings inspections here, and I've seen it in all the other ones.
Right.
What do they have to do with that?
IT is the department
They don't have
that.
enough to do without getting into utilities, and I mean,
Well, they are the receiver of the bill, and they itemize out the bill and submit the itemized billing to accounting to be able to do the journal entry to post the expenses. But IT receives the bill, they manage the billing, and they pay the bill.
But highlight that IT manages every desktop phone, and they also coordinate every cell phone. So sheriff's department, every department. So that's utility is a line item in telephone, but all of it goes through IT.
okay. That's not all the utilities, that's just
Correct, utility telephone.
utility telephone. Okay, that's what was throwing me off there. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You got 26. Okay.
All right, so if there's no other questions about the realignment, we'll prepare to have our department, yes, sir?
No.
Okay. All right, so we will prepare to have our first department come up. We have our building inspections department with Darren Robbins to start us off today.
And as Mr. Robinson comes forward again, he'll have information, mirrors what's on your screen, take notes, and then when he completes, if you have questions, he'll be happy to address those or follow up if we can't address them today. Mr. Robinson?
Thank you. So, good afternoon, council. I'm Darren, the building official and director of the Building Inspections Department. And before I start, just let me give a thanks to our Building Inspections Department staff. I wouldn't be without doing that. Relentless work, because it has really become busy in our department. So first, I wanted to state that. Secondly, let me remind that we are state mandated what we do in terms of building inspections through the South Carolina Building Code Council, and then even through LLR, labor license and regulation with the state. Every one of our employees is actually required to be certified at some level. So I mentioned that we are busy, and that is certainly true. Before I jump into requests, let me give you some quick highlights when I say we're busy. You see FY24 numbers there on that impact data in front of you. The numbers had been down for 2 previous years, and they are really on the climb at this current time now in fiscal year 25. For example, I looked this morning, ran a report. New house construction permits are at 809 in this fiscal year to date as of today, compared to 693 all of last year. So you can see a projection there possibly of 300 more houses a total of probably around 1,000 new house permits in this fiscal year as compared to last year. Samely, number of total permits, 3,207 fiscal year to date as of today, compared to 3,359 all of last fiscal year. That certainly generates the revenue increase that could be anticipated. I know you've seen the growth, 13,000 plus new home lots are already approved, ready for construction, if not more. So moving to some of the, let me see if I can advance that.
Your number of failed inspections was 24%. Is that sort of
It stayed.
norm or?
That's norm. That is norm. I'm looking at it going all the way back to fiscal year 2019. And in that year it was 21%. So 27% in fiscal year 2023. So I would say that's the norm. One thing to note, fiscal year 2020 was, I guess, in all of our history, the greatest we've seen numbers. In that year alone, we did 1,420 new house construction permits. In terms of the request, if you advance that. There we go. I do have some specific requests to certain positions, and these are critical positions that are identified, critical in terms of the coordination of the processes, one being development services coordinator. That's the hub. That disperses, keeps all of this moving in terms of new project creation from civil startup all the way through permit. That position also manages our office and on the permit techs. Chief Building Inspector, again, a critical position. And these are increased requests that are redundant for the past several years. You've probably seen them before. That position, again, growing with the work that seems to be expanding and becoming more complex. Those requests in themselves are right at 5% increase request. The third one there, again, a critical position, is a deputy building official and a commercial plans examiner, which is a position we have. It's vacant. The intent there is to increase that salary request to make it more enticing to finding, hiring, and filling that position.
I've got a question. Dennis, I've got a question. If those increases are approved, will it be in your cross-the-board increases, or will you separate them out?
I'd separate them out. Last year, we did have a conversation about certain positions. We did, in particular last year, some department director. So there are other departments who have similar requests. So we would have a pool, so to speak, or we'll call it out, for existing employees to bump up their position on top of doing a cross-the-board increase for all employees.
Can I ask a question? Back several years ago, when it was so busy and you had all these commercial apartments and all, we had to, I think, had an outside contract to review. Do we still do any outside review?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I couldn't survive without that.
That's included in operating? That's not.
Yes. Yes, it's part of that contractual services.
Okay.
So at that time, that was in fiscal year 20 when that was approved for those contractual third-party services to assist in that way. At that time, we had two, one of them being myself, that was certified in performing that work, the other being the building official. So when that position left, it left that vacancy, and we immediately, I recall, and I'm very thankful for that contractual was approved. So yes, we utilize that. I utilize that every day.
We definitely need to look at these salary increases because I know that a burden of a lot of what some of these, especially the second in command position, all falls on you. And
That is a second-in-command position. It's a highly qualified, certified. It would have to hold 8 certifications to perform that work. One thing I do want to note, that position really would balance us in the need with our contractual services. So without contractual services, our need would equate to needing 2 commercial plans examiners.
How long has that position been vacant?
That position's been vacant since I took the building official's position, 5 years now.
But I do highlight, we did have candidates.
We've had some candidates, yeah.
That position's been vacant for 5 years?
I have interviewed continuously. I'll give you a few examples. We actually had a person starting December of year before last, had her start date. Unfortunately, the city of Rock Hill made a much greater offer. I had the same happen with someone fully qualified from Marlboro County. Had the same thing happen with a retired building official.
Are we that far out of whack on the salary? Is that the primary thing, or is it other factors? I mean, that's a very long time to have a vacant position.
And that's my reasoning behind the request is basically increasing that.
That will make it competitive?
I hope so. It is increasing that position itself, 10,000 short of the fringe benefits, where you see 13,350.
So I'm going to ask that question again. So is that salary going to make it competitive? Because hope is not a strategy. It's an ambition, but we need to get to a point where it's been vacant for 5 years. So how do we get to fill this role? Because as you've noted, it's a state mandated full-time position.
Right, and I'll be honest, I've in that role myself nearly 60 hours a week in totality with other duties. It's in line, as best I understand, with grade pays for that position.
So what is the pay grade? What's the,
That would put that pay grade right around 81,000.
and that's competitive in our area?
I'm basing it on what I know from that offer that occurred with the city of Rocky.
Almost, you know how it is when you're buying a house, you have to go above a little bit if you're going to get it. I think if this position has been open that long, we really need to try to fill this, even if we have to go above, a few thousand above, which would really put us in a good place.
And I appreciate that comment because I think, Mr. Robinson, if I'm correct, this position is tough to fill across the state.
Oh,
So there are other ones
Very
open across the
sought-after
state.
position across the state.
So in order to be competitive to actually get someone in the position, I do agree that maybe more than the 10,000 that he identified as a salary increase would be beneficial to actually getting it filled.
I mean, if anybody that's got those certifications, they have no trouble getting jobs in the private sector that, pay a lot more money.
It has become very competitive with the private sector, just the same as the contractual services that we use now. They have staff of these same certified persons.
We just got to make ours a little more sweeter.
well,
We
not
have
to play-
benefits, plus we have a good salary.
not to play to the dark side, but I hope you're getting all your physicals and health checkups and everything like that because it's not good to have
That's the dog.
one person at the top with nobody underneath them that's ready to take their place. And we don't have anybody on our bench that can take your place or they would be sitting in that job right now.
We had one in training. I was mentoring, and you'll see in the job vacancies, he recently took a job in the private sector himself. So now he wasn't fully certified yet. Maybe a few more years out from being to that capability, but you are correct. Moving forward, and one thing as minimal as it may seem, there's a $4,000 request there for travel and training increase, and that is strictly because of the price of things have increased in regards to our required certification training. We have to have continuing education credits. For example, myself, I have to have 60 hours every 2 years, which is quite a bit. Our whole staff, as I said, has to be certified. We'll naturally have to maintain continuing education credits. Give you an example, a training class for a 3-day class for a building inspector that was recently $499 is now $699. An exam certification, which was $199, is now $305. So there's some anticipation of how many of those things will happen in a year. And from that, you can see the anticipation of a $4,000 increase request. The last item there is, and you'll probably hear from the fleet maintenance director on that, is a vehicle replacement for one of the building inspectors. It's a 2015 model vehicle with about 200,000 miles on it, and that was at his recommendation. So with that, let's see, yeah, one thing I think came up with utilities and telephone, we actually had a reduction that IT determined in our utilities and telephone for 4,300, which brought down some of that total operating increase request.
So I have a question. So if we total the amounts on this slide and the slide before, that should total the total amount in the block in the prior slide. Right. So
The totals to 26,000.
so it should match up with those columns. But it doesn't. So, yeah, so if I do my
Next
math,
slide, please, Sherry. There you go. So if you add the 4, the 13, and the
yep,
4.
all that adds up to 22,356.
And then go to the next.
I got 26,056. You got, wait a minute.
I see what you're saying is that that
Yeah.
number, the 26,749, doesn't add up for the offset of the 4,100 or the
Well, it just
4,300 of the utilities.
It doesn't match up, and then the 4,100 doesn't match up with anything that I'm seeing. That's why I was saying earlier, like, things aren't matching up. But if the total is 26,749, that's about a $4,000 difference. That's where we could add the 4,000 to the upgrade to the commercial plans examiner, maybe make that 17,350, and we're close enough.
Yeah, I understand.
Definitely note that.
I'm sure y'all gonna clean up the math in the,
Yes,
I'm sure you will.
yes.
And I think when we get to actually seeing the budget information, having it in an Excel spreadsheet like that would make it a lot easier, because then you can just run through the line items and do the math through Excel rather than me manually calculating everything.
The question I would have is, how many vacant positions do you typically run?
Currently, we have 3, one being this
Right.
plans examiner, 2 being building inspectors. They were recent from the one I spoke of that took another job in November of last year, and replacement of another building inspector that is vacant now due to some very recent personnel issues.
So you got two.
I do have two inspectors plus the commercial plans examiner that are vacant. But should anticipate filling the two building inspector positions quicker than the more difficult commercial plans examiner position. We actually hopefully have an in-house candidate that's going to be able to achieve some certifications probably in the next few months to step up to the commercial building inspector level. And one last thing, I did mention, anticipating 300 more new house permits as compared to last fiscal year. You can do the math pretty quickly. Average 2,500 square foot house, probably about a $3,000 permit. So I see that potentially generating $900,000 to $1 million of revenue, plus whatever other general building permit increases, because we're probably going to hit about 4,000 building permits this fiscal year. So certainly that's additional revenue, just to be noted for the fact here. And
Any additional questions?
all I have.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you.
Ms. Harden, you're next up to bat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council. I appreciate being here. My name's Allison Harden. I'm the Development Services Director, but I speak on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Department for today. We have not had a major change from last year's budget, with the exception of a CIP project. As you know, we are the staff that helps keep up with the requirements from state law regarding comprehensive planning, zoning, and subdivision. I did pull some numbers that might help you understand what a typical fiscal year looks like. We also have under our department code enforcement for nuisances and the like. Code enforcement has performed 533 inspections this year. There were 157 violations identified, but only 6 citations. And I want to thank you very much for allowing our department to have the extra code enforcement official, because the difference here is that we have additional people that are able to work with the folks that have violations and remedy them rather than going to citation level. So from out of 157 citations and only getting 6 going to full citation, that's very notable. Very proud of the staff for that. We have 6 staff that do permit reviews, and they've done 2,932 permit reviews since January 1st. We've looked at 636 lots for subdivision under major subdivisions. If you remember back at the budget meeting, I gave you an inventory. The 636 lots that we've reviewed, of those, 161 are new. The rest are ones that were already counted for in that inventory that I provided for you. In addition, we review minor subdivisions, which are where sometimes people want to cut off an acre of property to give to their family, or they want to just separate between families. We had 272 cases so far this year for that. So that will add at least 272 more lots to the inventory for the county. We looked at 15 rezonings that affected 1,119 acres. We did 29 reviews for Kershaw for annexations and 51 road names through the Planning Commission. Some other things that we achieved this year, we looked at the Board of Zoning Appeals and reconstituted the BZA to make it a little more efficient. We've streamlined some of our processes, and we have started, we're bringing to you a report next month about the activities of the county under the comprehensive plan and the things that we're doing to meet those goals. On our budget, we have personnel operating and operating budget. We have not seen a significant change. We do have the CIP infrastructure alignment, and that is because we have for several years been experiencing growth, much like the county has been experiencing growth. We are finally fully staffed in the planning section, and we have one spot left open under code enforcement in zoning, so we're extremely happy about that. But as the county grows, we would like to look at getting the planning, zoning, and possibly building and stormwater into one area as a one-stop development shop. That's been a discussion for years before I even got here. So we're continuing forward with that. Our contracted services, we're also looking at working with the county attorney because one of the requests from the Board of Zoning Appeals is to have staff, legal staff at the meetings. Not that Ms. Mark DuPont isn't capable, she's totally capable of staffing those, but in a situation where the applicant being a private person and this board makes a decision that maybe the county doesn't agree with, the county would need to take the board to court. And at that point, Ms. Mark DuPont would be representing the county. She could not jointly represent the county or the Board of Zoning Appeals. This is not something I envision happening here. However, it has happened in other jurisdictions where the Board of Zoning Appeals made a decision that the council did not agree with, and the council had to move to go forward to take the board to court because that's the process for that. So that contracted services would be for legal purposes, for meetings, and for Board of Zoning Appeals package. The rest, we had increased costs for printing identified because our goal is to get the UDO to full draft report and out to you fully by September. And in order to print that many copies, we needed to increase a little bit on the printing costs. And then the rest are projections from IT.
Any questions?
No, I think it is important, though. I'm glad you're fully staffed. That's probably the first time in
First time since
10 years that
Yeah, just
we've
before
been
COVID.
staffed. I know we struggle for these type of employees too. And I think having a office facility where she would have everybody together would make things run a lot smoother. And that's something we've talked about for years.
Yes, sir. We've made changes in our internal policies on how we handle customers so that we escort them now from one office to the next because they're often bouncing back between building, zoning, and planning, depending upon their request. And it's been well received so far. It would be a lot easier to maintain if we were all in the same place.
Dennis, could you elaborate on that a little bit?
On having one facility for our development
The
services?
building, office space.
Yeah, a part, I mean,
Just a
certainly
little
it's
background
been
on that.
discussed even before I got here. But since then, yes, there are a whole lot of office facility needs. Even going back to a request is still out there for an Indian Land Service Facility. We have the stormwater, but we've had Treasurer's Office represented up there, the Auditor's, office represented up there, even elections. So facility needs about how we can combine departments together for synergy, but for customer service is
Is
certainly.
it breaking down walls or is a new building? What are we talking about here?
Well, this one, part of the factor is that if you want to put stormwater services in there, there will come a point in time when stormwater services could serve the entire county. So thinking about where is an optimal location if you put stormwater in this. Right now, stormwater is only serving the northern part of the county. So there's a bunch of factors in there that are making us think twice about where you look. But ideally, I think that this could be a combined department out of this building somewhere nearby.
Is this a this year budget?
No, it's a CIP. It's a
Down the
CIP
road.
request for
Okay.
1 year, 2 year. So yeah, this is, again, when we talk about capital, but thinking ahead. So I appreciate Ms. Harden putting this in there as we think ahead. And again, when we talk about fund balance use, I will suggest that when we talk about fund balance use, it might be a wise use to use that for some real estate or for some other purchases.
Yeah, this stormwater coming into the picture is not something that we can control because the state could come tomorrow and say, okay, we're handing it all to you.
We
As-
can
as-
give it
I
back.
think that'll happen in the next 5 years.
We have the numbers coming in with new housing to create that population density that will require that to come forward because it's all driven by how many people are in your jurisdiction.
And it's getting close to that number, Allison?
It's getting closer every year. I'm not quite sure exactly what projected year we'll get, but I agree with Councilman Harper that it is possible within 5 years the whole county would be in that MS4 condition.
So so what are we doing with the existing detention center once we open the new one?
I haven't determined the full use on that because, one, it's in disrepair as it is, but it's harder to break it up knowing you have cells and different things. An initial thought is to maybe demolish part of it, maybe not all of it, and use part of it for storage or whatever we may need, and then consider repurposing the land.
Well, I'm wondering if we could repurpose it and use some improvements inside the building. It won't cost $3.8 million to do that, and I would imagine, a better use of funds, and we can have a huge building that's been renovated, rather than demo, which is going to cost us additional money, and then rebuilding, which is going to cost even more money. So that'd just be the first thought that I had. And then for contracted services, who's that attorney going to represent? How's that going to work?
Our proposal is that we contract with an attorney that specializes in land use matters to provide guidance and wisdom to the Board of Zoning Appeals specifically. Since the Board of Zoning Appeals, my apologies, is the first one that would be the board that would go to court as a quasi-judicial group, this person would provide them with the constant coverage in case they are appealed.
So, but who would be their client? Who would they represent?
The Board of Zoning Appeals would be their client.
It would be their client. And would this be something that should maybe report to legal, and would legal control that?
Yes, sir. We put it in as a request, and Mr. Marshall had noted that it should be moved under the legal budget, but we had not yet changed the slide, so.
Yeah, we would consider this an outside attorney, so every outside attorney, whether for real estate or whatever it may be, falls under the direction of the county attorney.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you'll see when the county attorney, we talk about the legal budget, while this is a request in here, it may, for a final recommendation, we talk about legal, we may not need that much, again, because the outside counsel cannot help, the attorney can speak to this, cannot help the BZA on how to vote. It can only keep them within the guardrails.
Right.
So we may not need that much legal support of that dollar amount.
Right. I would think our county attorney would kind of present to this and kind of be the one offering these suggestions or recommendations.
And she will when she does her presentation.
Yeah.
I'm going to move it out of this one into hers.
Okay.
It's my error for not removing it from here,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
thank you.
Getting back, I just want to say, getting back to that building project one, project 2, year 1, if you had not been out to the old detention center.
I have.
I think it's probably right at $3 million to renovate it, especially with the jail, the walls and the way it's structured out there. And the other side is so many small rooms and everything. But I'm sure before we even move forward, we're getting an estimate on what the cost would be. I just want to say that.
I've got two things. One is there's a special projects. It was like 726,000. What was that, or what is that?
That is, part of that is the RFATS, the Regional Transportation Agency that we are a member of. We pay a quarterly payment to them for working on our behalf with the transportation.
Is that just a
plan.
timing thing? Because there's only, like, that was budgeted for 726,000, but like only 2,000 has been used.
Yeah, it's as
a
time
timing.
goes, yes. And, oh my goodness, I apologize. Then we also have a line item for the UDO, for the contract services. For
That's
the UDO.
contracted services too? Okay.
I will say also that one thing that we have not put in this year's budget, but will be coming up soon near the end of the coming year and into the next year, is that the comprehensive plan, calls for a study on rezoning where the future land use map is different for the existing zoning, and that will require a lot of public notification, a lot of meetings, a lot of signage. As part of the state laws that you have to put a sign in the yard if you're going to do rezonings. So we will probably come to you at the beginning of next year, if it doesn't happen before then, with some need to increase our supplies for that purpose. In the meantime, we will keep rolling on, and we'll be here for you.
One other note, I mean, I
Yes, sir.
talked about this before, and it's something I'd really think is important for the county to consider, and is a transportation planner, somebody focused on how to get people from A to B within the county. I think it's very important long-term for us to look at that and have that resource within the county staff.
I have to give credit to Director Williams. We've gone a little bit outside of the typical box for looking for planners, and our 2 staff members that we've hired this year, one of them has a background in civil engineering and process management and streamlining things, and the other one has a background in grants. Since we couldn't get a traffic engineer or a traffic planner, and we couldn't get a grants writer, we've been able to get planning-related employees that have that background skill as well. So I hope that will start us down the road, and if a transportation planner becomes a part of the staff in the future, which I hope it will, then we'll already have a heads up on that.
Thank you, Ms. Harden.
Thank you.
Mr. Barr.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carnes, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Council. Since protocol has been established. Stormwater, we have 7 full-time associates in stormwater. We have an engineer, we have our outreach person, and then we have inspectors and a deputy. Our strategic plans for this year, still public safety is number 1 for us, infrastructure, and high-performance organization. This year, we had an increase in plan reviews. We had 550 plan reviews. And the reason why I'm bringing this up, this is going to tailor towards why I'm asking for additional person in our department. We did 884 inspections. Last year, we had 750 inspections, so that's 134 more than we had last year. And this year, also, we had 184 complaints, and a lot of those complaints are dealing with some folks are saying they have potholes in the yard, infrastructure failures. So that's also going to explain the increase in my capital for another $10,000, which is 100%. So we look at personnel this year versus last year. Can we go back? I'm sorry. Yeah, personnel, again, this year versus last year. I'm asking for additional environmental manager. This person would bring in more experience as far as looking at hydrology in our department, and our current environmental manager will be retiring within a year and a half. So this also gives us time for cross-training in that department. Operating expense-wise, the number's so high, that's including all the projects that we have. One is Black Horse Run that we're still looking at. We haven't agreed on what we're going to do with that. That's a state road, but we're dealing with county residents. And the other one is Henry Harris, and we're working on that. That's upfitting the culvert, and that's one we talked about last year at this time as well. Next slide, please. Okay, again, personnel numbers, you can see our total request for this year will be 2832505. Environmental manager is one that we talked about. It would be a great increase for our department. Our special project, we haven't completed those projects, it's still on the board. And that, instead of Cabin Hall, that was a misprint on my part. That is actually Henry Harris Road crossing up Fifth Line Culvert. Again, you see the 2 decreases from our department, what we asking for this year. And then IT, those numbers from IT, what we would need to meet for this year. Pending any question, that's my brief.
My first question, environmental manager. You talk about an environmental engineer.
Yes, sir. Well, yeah.
First person that we funded when we started this organization, we hired an environmental engineer.
Yes, sir.
And I don't see, to me, the funding's already there for that. Whether this department has shifted stuff around, I don't know, but I can't support that. the special projects, how much money do we have in fund balance?
$4 million.
$4 million. We've been trying to do Black Horse Run since we started this thing up. So, and that's a state road. I'm not going to support that either. So that's
It is a state road, but these are Lancaster County residents.
It's a state road, but the state needs to take care of that. I'm just saying, if we got $4 million, we have done one project since we've started this up. And we haven't done any other.
Yes, Ms. McGriff.
And I agree on Black Horse Run. That's a state road, and I know we've got county residents on that road, but the state has their responsibility to fund that.
You are correct. But when we
Because
talk,
if we take it, it's going to belong to us.
We're not talking about taking the road, we're talking
just
about
talking
repairing the
I'm
road.
not saying, I'm saying if we do it, it will become, we'll have to do it all the time. And I'm just not going to go along
What's
with,
the difference between Black Horse
521.
Run or any other state road that we do stuff on?
Black Horse
There's
Run is a
there's
county
bunch
road.
of them.
What
Yeah,
I'm
most
saying
of the
is
roads
we
in
got
Black
$4
Horse
million
Runs
in
of county.
you got $4 million up there that your taxpayers have paid is sitting there, and they're wanting to commit more, and we haven't done anything.
so why can't we take it out of that pot
I
of money?
mean, they
Can we take it out of that pot of money?
for Black Horse Run, if you guys give me the green light, I can do
I'm asking
that.
legally, can we do that?
If y'all give us the green light, we can do that. I'm just saying, it's state
I
road.
mean,
State,
this is where we need to make the decision. I mean,
Yeah.
if it's
Henry
there.
Harris Road flood, I know the reason Black Horse Run, those residents
I'm talking Black
have been working on that
Run.
for years to try to get those issues fixed. And
No, I'm talking Black Horse
I've been on
Run,
here
not
nine.
Henry Harris.
I've been on here 9 years, and Black Horse Run it was talking about when I first come on council, and it still ain't been fixed. And I don't know why we are moving these
we haven't
others
got
in
approval
front
to
of it.
council to fix Black Horse Run. Again, it's a state road. It's low on the priority for the state, but the residents in Black Horse Run is high on their priority. And when that road floods, then for our life-saving measures, as far as EMS, fire, they can't get across. So we're waiting to get approved from you so that we can repair Black Horse Run.
And let me understand this now. Black Horse Run is a state road, but we have county residents living on
Correct.
that road.
Black Horse Run, that's a county road, as far as I'm
No,
for
he
sure.
said
State road.
state.
It's all
It's a
state road.
state road.
State road.
State road. Henry Harris is a county road.
Henry Harris is a county
and
road.
state.
A
But
portion,
it's
a portion.
mixture. The part that we're trying to improve, upfit the culvert, that's county. So to improve Henry Harris, we talked about it last year, that we have to get some land acquisition to improve Henry Harris.
Okay. On Black Horse Run, I think that's what I was speaking on.
Yes, ma'am.
If we've got the money in that budget, can we fix that problem on Black Horse Run?
With concurrence from the state, we can do a joint project. But yes, we can use the funds from the stormwater fee to address Black Horse Run.
Can we estimate how much the cost is going to be? Or we're not-
$1.6 billion.
How much?
1.6.
Okay, 1.6.
So,
Wait, no, I'm not finished.
3 years ago, it was lower than that. But,
I'm
you know,
not
as
finished.
time goes, it gets a little higher.
And I do agree with Steve on the environmental manager. I don't think we're there yet. If this becomes something we got to do statewide, maybe at that point we can look at additional staff. But if we're going to move forward on Black Horse Run, we need to get some money out of that pot of money to make that happen. And that will be a county's decision, county council's decision.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I definitely agree with Ms. McGriff on that. We got the $4 million. We need to, it seems like it's went on long enough. We need to do something and move forward with it.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to make a point. So I thought we were saying earlier that if it's a county road over a state road, that as a county, we should prioritize the county roads.
No. What I'm saying is, it's a state road, but our county residents.
No, I know you were saying that, but I
Okay.
thought I was hearing from the
No, we're looking
dais.
at the fee. It's a part of money that they set aside to fix things.
Right, but I thought I had heard that distinction. So, but I think I'd refer back to Chairman Carnes, just because both of these are in his district, so
This needs to be fixed, and it should have been fixed a long time ago.
Black Horse Run or Henry Harris?
Black Horse Run. Henry Harris, a lot of the recommendation on Henry Harris was made before you got on council and before Mr. Graham and Mr. Bryant, or Mr. Neal got on council. On that one, it's not so much what we're doing within Lancaster County, it's what North Carolina is doing upstream of us. And there are issues with flooding, not so much overtopping the road so much now, but if we don't take the steps to do it while we're replacing that culvert, because Lennar's got to come in there and replace it anyway. So the recommendation was to extend it to make it bigger, and the county would pay part of that, while Lennar was already geared up to go ahead and do it.
Right, and part of that, we informed Lennar they could complete phase 1 of Harris Mill, but phase 2 requires that to be done. But then there's a part on us, and I know Mr. Marster will brief y'all in a session later, that we have to do as a county to improve that part as well. But if we can do Black Horse Run, then I'll take that one, you know. As my mom always say, take what you can get. I'm going to take that one.
Well, it definitely needs to be done. You have life safety issues there whenever we have
We've been
big
talking
storms.
this about 10 years.
Both sides of the road flood, so you have one half of the community that can't get in or out. They're basically locked in until the
Yes,
water
sir.
recedes. And why it hasn't washed away, I don't know. It's
I guess they're waiting for us to fix it, I guess. But I do appreciate it.
Chairman, would you bring back some kind of recommendation on which project that
absolutely.
We've actually
What
got,
was the question, Steve? What'd you
We
say?
actually have two projects we're
Chairman
talking
get with
about.
staff and make a recommendation, because there's $4 million in a fund balance up there, that there's only been one project completed since we started, and it's time to do something.
And hopefully these projects go better than the last project, because we don't want to hit rock like we did last time. But I
I don't have a problem with
think,
that, but we're going to try to make sure it happens, okay?
yeah, I think what we're looking at is put a bottomless culvert in and raise the height of the road.
Right. Yeah, we raised the height of the road by 2 inches. But it will, I mean, if it's a 100-year storm, I don't care what road you build, it's going to come a little higher. But right now, state standard is 25-year storm, and the road can't handle a 25-year storm.
Okay.
Hey, I appreciate your time. I hope you have the rest of your day goes well, and I'll be followed by.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Ms. Helms.
Good afternoon, Chair and council members. I'm Carrie from the Lancaster County Treasurer's Office. First of all, I'd like to say thanks to my staff, because I couldn't do my job without them as well. I have 7 full-time employees and 1 part-time. My strategy is high performance. In 2024 and 2025, my budget was $597,000. This year, it's $595,000. Actually, a decrease of $1,865. That's due to IT projections. If you could see the highlights and impacts, in 2022, 2023, we collected over $135 million, and we processed in-house over 153,000 records. In 2023 and 2024, we processed over $147 million, and in-house, we processed over 175,000 records due to growth. The more permits, the more we collect. Next slide. You can see my personnel is $510,416, no increase. Operating $84,997. And the increase, again, is $1,868 due to IT projections. And that's all I have. Any questions?
This kind of presentation I like.
Very much so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and great job to you and your staff.
All right. Ms. Grant, Register of Deeds.
Afternoon, Council. I won't care to make me look bad, so I'm going to try to hurry through as well. Brittany Grant, Register of Deeds. We have 5 full-time employees. They are just wonderful. I never have to worry if we're going to get all the documents recorded each day. I can definitely count on my people. Our strategic priorities are resource optimization and high performance. And the chart to the right highlights and impact data. I want to share our revenue. Our 3 main sources of revenue are deed stamps, 3%, and recording fees. I'll just briefly go through what each one of those means. Deed stamps, we collect $3.70 per $1,000. The state gets $2.60. We get to keep $1.10. Last fiscal year, we brought in right at $1.3 million in deed stamps. 3%, if we pay the state their portion by the 20th of each month, we get to keep an additional 3%. That was $91,000 last year. And recording fees, for every document we record, like deeds are $15, mortgages are $25. That totaled $285,000. And I also added a column to show this fiscal year, July through February. And if you go back to the same time last year, we're about $38,000 ahead of last year. As far as e-files and documents recorded, last fiscal year, we recorded about 78% of our documents electronically. So far this year, we're at about 83%. We love e-files. It just makes, I guess it's more efficient for us. It reduces postage cost. Last fiscal year, we recorded 15,000 documents. At the end of February, we were at 11,000. That's about 800 more than last year, so we're seeing a lot of growth in our department. Do you have any questions about that slide before I advance?
Any questions? No, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. So we're only asking for a $2,200 increase. IT's projecting a $100 decrease for leasing copiers line item and a $1,200 decrease in utilities telephone. The reason for our request in travel and training is due to GSA rates. So if the county decides to implement that, then we can just proceed with our current budget.
Okay.
Any questions?
I just, your contractual services, what is that? What is that service?
So we use BIS. They're also known as I3 Verticals. It handles our land software.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. That's another good one.
Ms. Harris. Thank you, Ms. Helms and Ms. Grant. You have us right back on time again.
All right, well, I plan to keep us on time. All right. On behalf of the Finance Department, and we are a 9-member team covering all of the aspects of our financial activity across the county, budget, accounting, facilitating our annual audit process, providing grant support, and paying all the bills, paying cash advances to folks that travel if they needed, covering travel reimbursement for folks that need reimbursement after travel, and just to cover a few of the performance indicators for our department. What you have here on the slide is just a 5-year comparison, looking at the activity from 2020 compared to our activity of last year. And we can see in our general fund expenses, there's been a 36% increase. In our grants expenses, over a 400% increase. And P-card transactions, the number of transactions has increased 4%. The dollar amount in P-card transactions, and these are primarily our low dollar amount with a single transaction limit of $2,500, has grown over 44%. Our AP vouchers has gone down right at 1%, and then the dollar amount in AP vouchers processed up 16% over the past 5 years. We right now have about 150 P cards across the county that we use, and in P card spending, it's about $8.5 to $10 million in annual spending just in P card usage. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, in my departmental request, I have one request for a position. We requested the same position last year, and this is for a grants coordinator to be able to help with the grant support across the county. And so right now, we have 48 active grants totaling over $45 million over the past 3 years. We do not have a dedicated countywide staff. Some of the departments do have a dedicated staff specifically for their own purposes, but our current approach, it exposes us to financial and compliance and operational risks. All of the grants that we manage have different requirements, different reporting requirements, are approved for different uses. And so our hope is that we can get a grant coordinator in place, as well as a grant writer, but for our own department, a grant coordinator that will be able to support that process. Right now, the potential benefits of having a position would be that the position could potentially pay for itself. Right now, we have about 10 grants that there's an opportunity, or there was an opportunity, to be able to recover the costs, for indirect costs or administrative fees that we did not take advantage of, and that has to be done at the point of application. The indirect costs or administrative fees that you're able to recover, it can vary from one grant to the other, but on the low end, it's usually about 2.9, right at 3%. On the high end, it could go as high as 12%. But again, they're different across the multiple grants. We have 10 grants right now that we could have taken advantage of that. And the largest one for us is our ARPA funding. There was an opportunity across those 10 grants to be able to, on the low end, to be able to recapture about $786,000 and up to as high as $4.4 million. And again, the most significant of those grants was our ARPA funding and also our SCIP funding. Right now, the grant awards, and this is specific to, I just want to talk about grant writer, being able to have the collaboration between a coordinator and a writer. A writer would also be able to help with writing and strategically applying for the grants. And, excuse me, even with being awarded a mid-size grant, mid-size being anywhere from $250,000 to as high as about $500,000, with the indirect costs, the grant could pay for those positions year over year. And so right now, county is leaving money on the table that could be reinvested into growing the county. We're being able to use that funding to address growth, procure amenities like roads, parks and rec grants, public safety. And, so we're just bringing this forward again as a critical need, not even just for our department, but there's multiple departments that have expressed that they're not even applying for grants because they don't have the bandwidth to be able to go through the application process or have the support to be able to facilitate the grants once the funds are received. And so we're, again, bringing that request forward again this year. And then the only other 2 adjustments in our department are the IT projections, one for our lease copiers. With printing, we do a significant amount of printing in our department, especially around the budget season, and then our utilities telephones.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to say I am 100% in support of that grant coordinator, and I think I've expressed that before, the importance of, and we also need a grant writer, but I know how complicated grant can be, a coordinator to keep up with those grants, and you've got $48 million worth of those grants. Yeah, that's some work there. You need somebody dedicated to doing that, and I'm all in support of that. Maybe next year we could get the grant writer, because those 2 positions really pay for themselves, because as Sabrina said, you can include the cost of the grant writer and the grant coordinator in the grant as a percentage. So I'm in support of that grant coordinator at this time.
Got a comment?
Go ahead, Mr. Marceller.
The grant coordinator and the grant writer, to me, I think we need to, if it comes down to it, to hire one to do both. I don't know why you couldn't, but anyway, if it comes down, it's just according to how our money goes, where if I support this, because or to come down to needing a deputy or a EMS worker, somebody public safety, if it comes to picking between the two, I'm going to pick public safety first. I'm sorry, but I have to. Public safety touches all our citizens that we've got to take care of. So.
I have a question. So is the grant coordinator 112 or 127?
Yeah, on one page.
Well, the grant coordinator, the salary alone is 112. The additional costs are the non-personnel expenses, dollars for travel and training, dollars for furniture to upfit a space for this person in our office.
Okay, so that probably should be separated out in the chart below, just to kind of have the personnel that matches up, and then, because those are then operational costs, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
My question is on the grant coordinator. So these grants that are already on the books, is there opportunity to recoup some of that admin cost if there is or are those things done?
Not in the existing grant. So the administrative fees or indirect costs, that's something that has to be a part of the initial award. And so it has to be written into the application when it's submitted and approved as a part of the award.
So the only way for this position to pay for itself essentially is if we're writing new grants.
That's correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that.
Yes, sir.
Along those lines, what is the majority of these grants? Where are they going to come from? Federal, state?
Right now, it's a combination of federal and state grants. And so a grant coordinator, a part of that role would also be to seek out the funding. And there's significant amounts of funding out there.
Yeah.
I'm not looking for it myself, but I know it does exist. And so that person would be strategically looking for things that would, suit the county.
But the majority, because you were mentioning ARPA, would be federal grants.
Correct.
And I guess along those lines, what's the expectation of obtaining federal grants going forward? It's
I
the
don't know
likelihood,
what
I would imagine, is
expectation.
decreasing. As the administration decreases the amount of grants that are available across the government.
Well, the
I've got-
grant, it's just, the grants are not decreasing, they're going in another direction.
No, I think he's
As far-
eliminating them.
Well, wait, I had a meeting on this the other day, so just let me say what I'm going to say. The money is going to flow differently, It may be less, but it's going to be a lot of state money available. I know we get a lot of grants from the South Carolina Department of Public Safety, and we get a lot of grants from the Attorney General's office. Those grants are not going anywhere because we get sort of a 2 years out window. You could recoup this cost probably with 5 or 6 grants, because if you put a 20% cost in there, you're going to recoup it after 5 or 6 grants. So the possibility of us recouping this is good, because if we get $20 million a year and you get 20% of that in a grant, you recouped all your expenses and everything along with that. So I talked to Senator Scott's office, and he said the federal grants may be coming at the state level, and because I was concerned about Promise Neighborhood and some others, and he said it will flow differently. They may not go away; they'll just flow to the state differently.
The only thing you have to be careful about grants is council ends up usually taking over everything down the road. So we have to be careful.
Now, this grant would not be, it could be a position that we recoup, but we won't have to. You're talking about law enforcement and solicitor's office and things like that. If you lose a grant coordinator's position, You don't necessarily have to fill it. You want to fill it, but it's not a requirement if the grant goes away. Am I correct, Sabrina?
Correct. That's correct. And so one of the other benefits, the initial benefit of getting the grant right out the gate is that it's relieved on the general fund. So you have the flexibility in your general fund to do whatever you want to. So right now, today, if we got a $100,000 grant, immediately we have $100,000 of flexibility in our general fund to do whatever we want to do with it. And so it's a supplement to the general fund, but we get to make the strategic decision about how we use it. And that's including when we get the new grants where people are being put on those grants. We don't have to do that. And so right now, because the process is not a streamlined process throughout the county, the departments that are applying, each are applying on their own, we're finding out when we get the award what has been awarded, not what we applied for. And so if they're awarded to get funding to cover the cost of a position, they have the funding for as long as the grantor allows. But if that position has become a critical need across the county, it's hard for us to say no when it's brought back that, hey, the grant funding has run out and now we need to absorb this in the general fund. And so that's a real thing, but we have to be strategic as well about how we apply for the grants and what things we put on the grant to get that approved funding.
And the percentage of the grant coordinator will be in that total grant cost. So.
And the position, this grants coordinator position, it's not a request to cover it with grant funding. It's the administrative fees that's a new revenue stream for the county that covers the cost for the position. And so if the grant goes away, that revenue stream might go away, but again, it's just a supplement to the general fund. It's not actually on the grant where the grant is taking the position away. Is we would, again, just like any other position, we would need to identify what other funding source we want to cover it if we want to maintain it.
Well, the sheriff is the poster child for getting grants and helping to move his department forward.
My comment is that, to me, the grants coordinator by itself doesn't make sense for me right now. But if you put that with a grant writer with some examples of how that could complete, both those positions could basically take care of themselves, that, to me, it makes sense on theoretically. It's there. It makes sense, and it could help infrastructure and EMS, and sheriff has certainly gotten plenty of grants as well. I know EMS has as well. So to me, it makes sense, but it only makes sense if we have a grant writer that can get new grants so that we can get money for the grants coordinator included in with those grants. That's what makes sense to me.
That it's additive.
Yes.
And I think if you don't live in the grant world, you don't understand grant operations. I lived in the grant world for 30 or 40 years, so I quite understand it. The grant coordinator can look for grants. The department heads can write the grants. It's just that managing and coordinating the grants is where you get into the time consumption of it. Because once you write the grant, 3 or 4 weeks to write a grant, the coordinator takes it over. We've got department heads that can do grants. We got people who will contract for grants. But if you want a grant writer, that means you'll take that responsibility away from the directors. They can do it, but the problem, as I said, is in managing that grant. So that's what we need at this point, to take that management off of the finance department. I lived in this world, y'all. Believe me, it can be done.
Any other questions, discussion? Thank you, Ms. Harris.
All right, thank you. And
Take a short break and,
For the finance real quick.
okay.
our non-departmental, and this is where we budget for. Yep. This is where we budget for our workers' comp, retiree insurance, and retiree match. Any changes in our audit, our annual audit is budgeted here. Our enterprise-wide postage is budgeted here. And so the net decrease across each of those changes is what's reflected in that negative 180 for next year. Any questions here before we proceed? Okay. All right, and then lastly, our debt service. And so what you see here in our principal and interest payments is just our net change from this year to next year with the payments that we have to make for our debt obligations. All right, and I can answer any other questions. Other than that, I guess we're ready for break.
All right, we're going to take a short break, and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes. Okay, we're ready to come back to order. We're going to move on to the auditor's office. Ms. Murphy.
Chairman Carnes, council members, thank you for the opportunity to listen this afternoon. My office has 7 full-time employees. Our strategic priority is to be high performance. Our office transactions have increased each year. The total transactions from last year was 114,000. We can attribute those numbers to the growth we are currently experiencing. We are still receiving service surveys about our clerks' customer service. As you can see in the graph, we have had 170 positive surveys and only 1 negative survey since July 2020. I know, my staff is wonderful.
impressive.
My staff is wonderful. The changes I'm requesting in my budget will result in a 3.8% increase, bringing my total budget to $699,094. IT projected an increase in our copiers and our telephones. We increased our travel training expenses to cover the GSA per diem rates. And our billing software company, QS1, also increased due to the inflation of the paper and all this, the notices that we're having to bill out, to print, excuse me. I'm also requesting to bring my deputy auditor, Don Falconberry, to minimum pay or more. Dawn does a lot for my department and also for other departments. She bills out fee and lieu bills, so she helps economic development a good bit. She calculates the mill value, and these figures are provided to finance to set millage each year. The auditor's office actually set the local option sales tax and debt service, and I would be lost without her. All the clerks and myself were all brought up to the minimum pay in the last 2 years. She is the only one in my office that is not at the minimum. I'm asking you to please consider my request for her. And I would like, if you do not know Dawn, I want Dawn to stand up so y'all can see who Dawn is. This is Dawn. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Can I make a comment, please?
Sure.
I know everybody in this business, in this building, stays pretty busy, but if you want to see the office that has somebody in their face from start to finish and people waiting to see them, and most of them are stressed out because they've been to the highway department and they need to come here first. I mean, I'm getting a bad look from her. They carry, but I think as far as stressful dealing with the public, they probably have more than anybody, and they do a great job.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could add, Ms. Murphy, there was one thing that you said during your presentation. And you said you all are at your minimum.
We're at minimum, that's correct.
And Dawn is below the minimum. And this is just to get her to the minimum.
Or more if y'all would like. I'm sure she won't refuse.
I just want to highlight that because I appreciate the efforts that your office has done. As Mr. Harper has stated, your office is constantly under barrage. They're constantly looking at things. These results that you just showed about your survey is indicative with the experiences that I have heard from people in the public. So great job, and I fully support this.
Any other comments?
It's QS1, us, the treasurer, and delinquent tax. This is our software bill. Yes. That's just our part. Separated out now. It was in one lump sum, but each department that uses it has their own. Okay.
All right, we're going to move on to fleet maintenance. Mr. Elliott.
I'm actually going to let Josh do our presentation this year, as he's never been a part of our budget process, and he created the budget for our department this year. So I'm gonna let him present to y'all.
Good afternoon, council. Josh Alford, been with the county.
Let Mike down.
Talking to the mic.
Been with the county for 15 years, so opening new doors. We have 9 full-time employees. We are fully staffed at our current positions.
That's the first time in a long time, isn't it?
Strategic priority is resource optimization and public safety. Some things about our department, we have 680 units in the fleet across the board from anything. We have 281 vehicles with telematics on it, and we've done 3,519 repairs in the past year. The personnel is staying the same. Operating cost went down $6,900. Capital is down $214,372, and that's the Fund 11 for replacement vehicles.
Total
Oh, yeah.
operating budget decreased 12.8%, $1.4 million from the previous year.
The GSA cost for mileage is the $6,800. That's for conferences and training and stuff. An increase of $1,000 in clothing due to we're fully staffed, so we are right at the budget. So just to get a little extra in there. We're looking to get a blasting cabinet. It's a high pressure cleaning system. Remove contaminants like grease and oil from parts, make it easier to reinstall. A milling machine drill press, it's double duty, is $8,500. We cut $15,000 out of our gasoline budget. $4,696, that was IT.
That's additional for utilities, the phone IT projected we needed to move up.
And 800 less in the lease and copiers. And
That capital fund line item, that 135 is the incorrect number. It is the 372. But by the time this whole budget process is over, that fund, according to what y'all approved for other departments, could go one way or the other.
Yeah, that's all for vehicle purchases, correct?
I know we've moved in, are y'all fully operational up there now?
Do you like it?
Hey, pull the microphone when you talk. Make sure you're talking to the microphone, if you would.
Yeah,
Doesn't leak on us.
The roof don't leak on us. It's a little harder for everybody else to come to us. It's been some growing pains with it.
But they gotta come to you.
Yeah. Because they're used to us being right there. And they're like, well, how are we supposed to get our vehicles back? I said, I guess you got to come get them. I'm not going to deliver them. I'm like, no.
This is an enterprise.
I said, we got a new building. We didn't get a delivery service.
All right, just my question.
you know, moving up from over there where there wasn't room for equipment that you needed, like your drill press and that kind of stuff. Will that take care of what you need this year, or is there something that you didn't put in there? I mean, I'm not asking you to ask for more money, but, you know, you've got a completely different operation, and I'd hate to underutilize it just because we didn't.
Right now, we've not had enough time in it yet to know
Okay.
exactly, because I think there may be a lift or two that still comes out, because it's, with a mixed fleet, with the big trucks and stuff, we need more space than what we currently have with the lift arrangement. I know we're looking at the pole barn in the back. I didn't want to ask for too much. Yes, there are some other things, but then I didn't want to ask and get approved for it, and then we not be able to make it work, because we've been in there, all of us, what, a month now? About a month, so we still trying to work out how everything's gonna flow, so.
The alterations I know we had some doors that were gonna have to be made larger. Is that in the works, or is that something?
So the status is, we initially identified about a $950,000 renovation project for both elections and fleet. You authorized the architect to do that work, and the rest of the project, we will come back to you. And that's where, you're right, there are doors, but even thinking about the fleet shop, where we want to put down epoxy floors and things. So while they're in there now, there will be some workaround adjustments, but also really the focus is on how do you separate the two departments between fleet and elections, and what do we need to do that. When you do the doors, we may have to move some heating things, but all that is being designed and evaluated with the election staff, the fleet staff, and the architect. And so
That's not in his budget. He doesn't have to.
correct. The project budget can have FF&E and some other things that if there's room, we can add some of those things in there, but the project budget will be coming back to you.
And this is the time to ask. What you need, you ask it. If he turn you down, but if you need it, ask. Don't mean you're gonna get it.
Look, we got a building, so that's a big improvement over, I've been waiting
Yeah, I see the look on your face, honey. I see.
25 years to get it, so I don't want to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is another one where some of the numbers just aren't matching up. You already saw it, okay.
Mr. Marstall, I know you like for all your department heads to dress up as they come before us, but, you know, they just don't look right. And I'm just telling you, they like me. I'm sorry. I mean,
They look great.
You kind of stress them out, putting them in the suit in front of us.
I've had this argument on multiple occasions.
I know where you're coming from.
The question is, do you feel comfortable?
Absolutely not.
Do you feel comfortable?
No.
Would you rather be in something else?
Well, you clean up good.
I'd rather be in my work uniform.
Appreciate you all.
Thank y'all.
All right, we're going to move on to the animal shelter. Mr. Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Alan Wills with the Animal Shelter. We have six full-time employees, and I'm going to be addressing high performance. Some of our highlights, I'd like to note, you can see that our intakes is kind of climbing up. We was at 2661. That's up a couple of hundred from the past few years. Our save rate is at 92%. That's drifted off, but it's hard now. It's just tough out there with what we're getting and try to get rid of. But we're trying to stay above 90%, and we're there, so for now. I just wanted to address the animals that we got fixed. This year was 663 cats, 387 dogs. And that's keeping our vet busy, but it's already tough on our staff too, because we got two girls that goes back with him every time he's here. So that's about all-day thing. And sometimes we're trying to get vet in 2 days a week, trying to keep up with these cats. Cleaning, which is a big thing for us. People don't see a lot of the cleaning goes on. Cleaning it has to happen before we can even get, up and open. So that's kind of where I'm dressing our personnel this time. I'm trying to ask for 3 people to try to get us caught up where we need to be. I'm asking for 1 administrative assistant because 2 of our girls, they are in the back every time we do surgery. And if we have somebody out, we got to have somebody up there answering the phone and addressing people when they come in. The way it is now, if 1 person out, we don't have nobody in the office. We have to have somebody answer these phones and, do our customer service when people come in. Kennel technician, I'm asking for another kennel technician because we do operate 7 days a week on this job. This job has been, out of the 9 months this year, we've only had 1 person, 3.5 months out of this year. We've had this job open for 2 different times. We just can't keep nobody in it for some reason. It's just a tough job. 15 days this year, we had no one there to clean. So that puts a strain on us when we're having to stop what we're doing to clean before we can even open up. Thing about cleaning is it's just not taking a water hose and spraying down runs. These animals, they have parasites, they're greasy. Everywhere they go, we have to clean the sidewalks, we have to clean everything they at, everywhere they at, every day. And I'm asking for a lead kennel tech because, whether we know it or not, this is a tough job where sometimes we have to euthanize. We have to get this incinerator, we have to keep it clean, and it's more of a job than people knows. It has to be rotted out, and right now, it's just, we use it so much that it's hard to keep clean and keep it functional, and we do use it to help the sheriff's department out too, to burn their drugs and evidence. So we have to get it clean. I do want to just take the time to say, for our cleaning people, when I'm asking for 2 cleaning people, I'm asking for this because, we can't keep the 2 jobs we got functional. I mean, it's just week after week after week, somebody's not there. We are fully staffed now, but one of the girls we got's out. She's been out going on the 3rd week. She failed. It's just hard to run that place with 1 person cleaning. That's about all I got, and if you got any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
What is PTS animals?
Put to sleep.
Put to sleep? Okay.
That's a part of the job. And that's a messy job too. I mean, that takes a lot of cleanup after we do that, more than people know.
And council, I just want to say this, very often, Alan is working 7 days a week, even on Sunday, going in and cleaning. So he really does need someone to help because that is not sustainable.
Yeah, so I was going to ask, in addition to these resources, is this the totality of the resources that you need? So Ms. McGriff was asking earlier, tell us what it is that you need. You may not always get it, but at least let's have the totality of the needs that you're seeing and that you're anticipating for the next year, and just so that we can strategically kind of plan for that. And then in addition to resources, are there any additional needs that we could help support to kind of reduce the number of intakes or the number of services that you all are needing to provide because of where we're at?
As far as the intakes, being an open admission shelter, we can't really, you're not supposed to say, I'm not going to take nothing.
Yeah.
A lot of shelters is going where this owner surrenders, we're not telling them we're not going to take it, but we're not going to take it when we're full just to have to put something to sleep. So we just kind of put your name on a list and when we get time. I don't know that we can really stop intakes because, Sheriff's Office right now is doing animal control. When they bring something in, whatever the reason is, we have to take it and make room for it. And people just, right now they're on hard times and they just get where they they just, they can't take care of these animals that they had, and when you let them breed and they make more, it's just, I don't know that we can decrease the intake. What I'm saying is, the only thing that for help for us is the cleaning that has to take place before we can get open up. Most of it happen in the morning, and if we come in there, we don't have nobody to clean. We got everybody cleaning just before we can even get open. And when we take everybody cleaning, we don't have nobody answering the phone, nobody at that front door. It's all hands on deck to try to get cleaned up. It takes one person probably about 8 hours to clean that shelter. I mean, so you just push when you don't have the help. And then
Let me ask you, I'm going to follow up on Jose's question. What will it take to get you running smooth and you're not working 7 days a week and everybody not stressed to
that's
the
what
max?
I'm asking for the two people cleaning.
These three.
We always going to have, this job is, for some reason, we have somebody out on it all the time. And right now, the way we got the two people. One of them covers every Saturday, one covers every Sunday. So
These positions will put you at some sort of
I can
level.
stagger where the same person won't have to work every Saturday, the same person won't have to work every Sunday. And on holidays, I can have 2 or even 3 to come in, so they can still get their holidays, come in 2 hours, 3 people, and get everything done and gone. That's kind of, it's just, these people just need a break and need their time off too. So, and the lead person, I'm asking, I just want a little bit more of a better person when there's a lot of stuff that goes on that normal people just can't take, normal people can't do. When you're dealing with, I go get food from Paisley. Every time that stuff has to be unloaded and has to be stacked. We deal with big bags every single day. That incinerator, when you put down, it's you have to load it and you have to clean it out. And it's just, we just don't have nobody right now that's physical that takes a lot of that burden. So,
I guess on a different note, do we need more space? Because I think y'all have been at capacity more than you've not been at capacity this year.
yeah, that's this year's been hard. It's because we stay full all the time. And when I talk about that save rate, trying to keep it over 90%, it's a numbers game. You try not to get too many that you have to put to sleep. But I think we could have space. We could build 15 more runs, and in a month's time we'd have them full, where we're just trying to hold more and more too. It's just a bad time to be in the animal business. It's not just us surfing. If you look at the news, you see all around us where everybody's just full, but everybody's getting beat up for putting dogs down too.
So and you don't have to do this right now, but just if you could think about what would be beneficial. Is there something we could do as a council? Are there ordinances? Is there something that we could help to support you all in order to avoid that? Because my understanding was that if you do increase the size, you're just going to fill it back up again. So what's the root cause, and how do we help address this issue that we're seeing growing in our county?
Us being, we're still, a kind of, rural county. Indian Land's grown up a lot, but, the thing is, when people that move down here from the north, they are amazed at how many dogs are just running around loose. Our ordinances say they have to have rabies tag and they have to have identification, but we couldn't pick up every animal running around loose and bringing them to us, because that would just flood us. We're going to have some kind of spay and neuter laws. We're going to have to adopt some kind of I hate to say it, but some kind of registration fee or something, because when people, you wouldn't believe how many people's got 5 and 10 and 15 and 20 dogs. Some of it don't make no sense. I mean, that's what hurts us when you get 10 or 15 at one time.
last month I went through and toured the facility, and it's amazing what that staff does and what they were doing, and doing 60 or 70 cats in one day and still taking on normal daily operations is pretty amazing. But we definitely need to get some more resources in the animal shelter.
Yeah, we just been short for a long time to get done. Make do. It's just piling up on us now.
Alan, is those volunteer programs still coming, taking dogs up north and stuff like they did, or they used to take a lot off your hands? Is that?
Our SPCA does. They still do transport, about once a month. But the North's caught up with us. I can tell you, last year, 2 years ago, if it wasn't a pit bull, if it was anything but that, we could haul it up north. Now, we get puppies that we just can't get rid of. It's just a bad time where the North is just it used to be, you had a few shelters they work with. Now everybody's figured it out. Everybody's fighting to get their dogs up north. They're doing free transport, free fix, and we fight in every other shelter where it's just, and they got to pick. Everybody send them, say, I got this, this, and this, and they pick what they want. And it's just not like it used to be. When the last 3 or 4 transports, we might have sent out 20 or 25 cats and maybe 2 or 3 dogs, and that's kind of been it. I think one transport, we had 1 dog going. It's not like it used to be. Which is forcing our hand. We're not really getting, the intake's not climbing drastically. It's still, within 100 or 200 animals, but the time we're having to hold them is to stay up under this 90%, because I get calls from the Humane Society and Best Friends and it's No Kill, South Carolina. They get every month they hollering for our numbers before I can even get them. So for us to stay, under 90% is probably, it's good for us and it's good for all of y'all, Lancaster County, because as much as people complain, our numbers is probably still better than most shelters.
I agree with the rest of council that has spoke so far. I think this needs to be a high priority on what we fund for next year if its funds are available.
Okay, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Clemson Extension. Mr. Beer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of council. My name is Brian Beer. I'm an area livestock agent with Clemson Extension, housed here in Lancaster County, and I serve as a county coordinator for Lancaster County. Clemson Extension, of course, has offices in all 46 counties in South Carolina, and our work goes to support the state's $52 billion agriculture and forestry industry. While we help strengthen families and communities, improve stewardship of our natural resources in the environment, strengthen connections between the people and their food, and expose South Carolina's youth to opportunities in agriculture, science, technologies, engineering, and math. Here in Lancaster, we do have 4 full-time employees in the office, myself, an administrative assistant, the 4-H and youth extension agent, and a rural health extension agent. We also have 3 other agents that are housed in other counties but have Lancaster on their counties of responsibility for horticulture, forestry, and natural resources, and water quality. Some of the impacts listed there since the request that we make to the county every year is $25,000 of this request is to help with the salary for the 4-H agent in the county. And so a lot of the impacts listed there do revolve around his 4-H and youth program with the number of youth he's reached and the volunteers that he's developed in that program. In addition to that, our rural health agent through 19 educational workshops did reach 122 adults. And our livestock and forages agents through 34 educational workshops did reach another 516 adults. Those numbers do include some regional type programming that, of course, the folks in Lancaster County are invited to and also attend. But our budget this year, the request that I'm making this year was actually the same amount of money I requested last year, the $27,500. The budget was $32,000 was awarded. There was some question at that time last year as to the utilities on our current office on French Street, which is changing hands, as to whether or not we would have to start covering utilities at that building in the transition. That did not come to pass. Since I've been here for 19 years, the water and power bill has come to the county, and the county handled that, and that did not change during this budget year. So I didn't even request that $4,500. It's still in y'all's treasury. So my request for this year is going to be that same $27,500. Again, $25,000 of that is salary support for our 4-H extension agent, and the $2,500 of that is to assist with janitorial services in the building. And that we have a service come see us twice a month, and that comes to just about a 50-50 split between the county and Clemson University operating money that our office receives. So so our requests are going to be basically right in line with what it has been last year at $27,500.
All right, is there any questions?
I will say the other non-monetary support that the county does offer is that office space, and that's the case in all 46 counties where the county provides office space for extension. We don't look on that lightly. That's a pretty significant dollar investment if we would have to go out and buy it or rent office space. So that is another part of Lancaster County support for extension is that office space, and I appreciate y'all finding a new space for us that we'll be moving into here before the end of the month.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you do with our young people and our children.
Yes, sir.
We had the chicken day in here when we had all the people in concerned about losing their flocks, and a lot of those are attributed to your 4-H'ers. So.
Yes, sir, they are. Thank y'all.
All right, we're going to move on to Council on Aging. Ms. McGriff.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you today and for your support of LCCOA. Focusing on our Transportation Department, better known as LARS, we are again requesting your support for the same amount as last year. Now, we had some exciting changes that I'm sure you're aware of, but I wanted to highlight a few of them and briefly share how they came about. I took over the role of ED this past October, and it became evident that we needed some revision in our Transportation Department. After spending time researching and gathering wisdom, we decided to revision, beginning with understanding what Lancaster needs. We focused on how to make LARS more effective by increasing our hours of availability, increasing our trip distance, increasing the purposes for our trips, and by decreasing the cost to the rider. We then focused on how to make it more efficient you can see on last year we did 229,000 revenue miles. As of April, we are on target to reach 286,000 revenue miles. We are also focusing hard on that trips per hour. It was 1.5 for that fiscal year, and we are already at 1.78. So we are heading in the right direction. Now I'm excited to say that our current staff is retrained. We have brought on new staff, including our new transportation director, Michael Blankenship, who's joined me, and he joined our team this week. LARS now transports to medical, to work, education, to retail, and in and out of the county. We are now running longer medical trips with targeted days for Columbia and Charleston. We now have more hours of availability. Like I said earlier, we are now 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. We also decreased our fares with special discounts for seniors and veterans and students as well. Veterans and seniors ride free now in county. Students who are going to work or to school in county can book their trips for $1. It is our vision to support seniors and veterans who deserve it. It is our vision to help students reach their educational goals and their financial goals. And it is our vision to help those in Lancaster who need transport for medical reasons, to get the treatment they need, and to be able to shop to get the materials that they need and want. We believe that getting Lancaster County residents to work and to school and to treatment and then to shop absolutely benefits everybody in the county. And we thank you again for your support, and I'd love to answer any questions that you have.
Any questions?
I do. Hey.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
Do you get reimbursement through your mileage or through trips? Talk about the reimbursement on the trips.
Absolutely. So we do get state and federal funding for our transportation because we're the contracted public transportation for Lancaster County. The fares do not necessarily support us. It is a formula that the SCDOT has where you turn in your revenue miles and you turn in your revenue hours and your trips, and that's how we get our supplemental support.
I see the increase. That's why I asked that question. But Dennis, I want you to explain to council, because we got some new folks here. Explain the commitment with LARS and the fact that this is a county grant that LARS actually provides the services. And the cost, the $100,000, and what's included in that $100,000.
Right, so basically this is just for transportation services. So Council on Aging has many services for seniors and different programs. You're familiar with Meals on Wheels. But for the transportation, the LARS in particular, it has gone up. This is last year's the first year we did $100,000 and $60,000 the year before, but it was to help be part of the grant match that they get from the federal government for funds to run the service. And so it does provide a countywide service, and the county support is to the transportation program.
I want you to break down what our responsibility was with the $60,000 for the match and what was the $40,000 we gave last year.
Gotcha. Well, actually, it's all still dedicated to transportation. Now that they have a new executive director, they have did a nice job to revamp the program. But really, all our $100,000 has gone to full transportation. So the $60,000 was definitely match. Then the $40,000 additional can be for the other service if they need more mechanical support, if they need more subsidy, even for the ridership revenue. And so the $40,000 is still all in the transportation program, but has a bit more leeway, not all dedicated to grant match.
Okay, you understand that?
I mean, it's how it really is $100,000 about how. If it maximizes the grant match, that's primary. If it then has other transportation needs for service delivery or whatever, then that's available.
Yeah.
All right, have any additional questions? Thank you very much. We're going to move on to economic development now. Mr. Falk.
Good afternoon, council members. Good to be here this afternoon. So we approached this budget as we did last year with the idea of do we need to make any increases? Can we live with what we have? And we did that last year, but we got cut back 5%, particularly on the contract services. That's the account from where we took our reduction. Currently, we have 3 full-time employees. We're missing one. Michael Worley is no longer with us, so we're actively looking for a business retention and expansion manager. We don't anticipate that cost to increase versus what we had in this past year, so that's something we're looking for. Also on personnel, this past year, because we did have the budget reduction, we did not hire any trainees. In the year before, we had a trainee for about 5 months, which helped greatly with targeted marketing to companies that we thought might want to locate in Lancaster. So the budget has a slot for trainees. It's $18,000, up from $1,000. You can't hire anybody. This would be 2 people, $6,000 each. These are estimates. We don't have them. We just want that flexibility. So the idea would be to hire one intern, maybe from the Lancaster Career Center, and have that person work for 3 months, and then after that, hire somebody perhaps from the University of Lancaster here in their internship program more toward the following winter. And that would help us really do a lot and not have to hire another full-time person, which we could use, and I'm not asking for now. I think we can do this with the temporary help. The other items on the list, for the most part, 3 of them, starting at the bottom, were given to us from IT as to the expenditure, the increase that we need, the lease copy, and the telephone software. And then, and also the vehicle maintenance that came from Brandon and his group, suggesting that we go up from 2,000 to 3,000 because of the age of the vehicles. The big ask here is for the contracted services, a $47,000 increase. That money has been typically in the Economic Development Department for studies or unusual circumstances we hadn't predicted. And during the year, often another department will come to us and ask for money that's related to us, and that's the account we pull from. This year is different in that we're looking at putting the Heath Springs into the Palmetto program, and to get it into that program and get it finished and certified as a Palmetto certified site. And we have no existing Palmetto certified sites in the county now. There are about 50 in the state. To get it there, we go through these various stages and working with a site selector. It requires studies to be done, a phase 1 study, a wetlands delineation study, and a endangered species study. And the quote that we got working with Stephanie and her group, as well as procurement, was $37,000. So $40,000 is to finish that, is to implement that study and get this in the state's Palmetto program. We have other sites that we have not evaluated and have not been reviewed, sites that we own or don't own, and so there's an additional roughly 40,000 requested, up to 80,000 is the total. 40,000 requested to give us a chance to look at another site. So that other site might be something we own. It might be Lot 7 at the Air Rail Park, or it could be a privately held site where we gain control over it. So that's our budget. The strategic priority, quality development, and in terms of the highlights, I guess you've moved on, but I did want to highlight a couple things. We had one new company coming in, Snyder Fleet, and 4 company expansions, $63 million in total, and about 400 jobs. That's over the last 18 months, ending in 12/31/24. We also, throughout the year, received over 40 RFIs, requests for information. Most of these come from the state, but they also come from attorneys and site selectors and our alliances that we belong to. And we responded positively, giving a lot of information to 20 of those RFIs. And then also with the addition of the Business Retention and Expansion Officer, we didn't have the year before, we had last year. We met with 50 companies, the top employers in the county throughout the year, and that was very beneficial, uncovered about 4 new development opportunities. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
Have any questions?
Got one. Brian, what's the benefit of the Palmetto Study Program for Lancaster County?
I see it at least 2 benefits. One, it gives an area in the county some status. The program is made for site selectors who don't have a lot of time, don't want to waste a lot of time, and people who want property immediately. Most of the property in the county and other counties hasn't been looked at. And so if somebody wants to come in and they want to be operational in 6 months, they probably can't because it hadn't been the phase 1, whatever. So we're trying to get the site ready to the point of building on it, that there are no reasons not to. In other words, there's no Indian cemetery or lilies and such that we have that will prevent us from building. So that's one thing. The second thing is we've applied for a grant in the past for Heath Springs. We applied for a $300,000 grant last year, and they came back and said no. And I said, why? And they said, well, you haven't done anything to the property. It doesn't look like you're wanting to develop it. And so this partially is to get something moving ahead so I can go back to the state for the grant process this year and again ask for $300,000, saying we are doing something to the property, we do have plans, and can we get that extra money? So those are the reasons.
And why haven't we done this before is my question. You say it's been done all over the state.
What about a Duke site readiness program? That's what we have done in the past.
I don't know. I know we deal with that also.
I think I can answer the question. I'm not certain I can. So the Duke Site Readiness Program, I'll just speak to that first, will come in and evaluate a property. It doesn't mean it's certified. They're going to come in and tell you what's wrong with it. And we've done that to several properties. And in the end, then it looks like, oh my goodness, we need $10 million to have water and sewer to the property, or we have this wetlands property we have to mitigate. And so we've done, 5 or 6 of those studies, but the results weren't something we could act on. As for the Palmetto program, I believe we did something similar to that for the Air Rail Park perhaps 15 years ago. And the validity of this, the data is like 5 or 10 years. So we did do it before for the Air Rail Park, I think.
Okay.
And the other reason we haven't done it lately is it's a lot of work. And it took Michael Worley, many hours and months to put this together. When I looked at it last year, I didn't have the capacity to do it, so we didn't get into it.
Any other questions?
Just to be clear, you're thinking that you spend 36 or whatever thousand to do the study, and that attracts $300,000 from a grant? I mean, that's the hope, or is that the thought?
There's no guarantee, but that's
Sure.
The bottom line is we do need to develop these properties. We can't let them sit. People aren't getting them, whatever. So whether we get a grant or not, we probably will proceed at some point in time. It's just if the grant's available and I'm taking the cues from the state, I think this is the best path for us right now.
So this is the next step to have a site ready in Heath Springs?
To have this study done, and from that, Mead and Hunt will present plans for a building, how big of a building can go on that. And also, we did have an estimate done earlier to get the site graded. That's $600,000. I'm not asking for that here, but once we've got the studies done, then we can look at that development. And then it would be, graded, padded, shovel-ready, and we'd have a plan and know what kind of building and what kind of company would go in there, because it's south of the city. And so there's certain companies that wouldn't go in there, and certain companies I wouldn't want to put in there. I probably wouldn't put a chemical processing company in there, or a distribution company. It's not the place for that, but it is a good site for somebody.
So I just had a couple of questions. So if one's actually a request, one's a question. So if we could, I would like kind of get some historical data on kind of how many projects have come in and jobs created and things over the last 5 years, just so that we can have some trend lines. And then in connection with the due diligence, when we're providing those documents to third parties, how are we dealing with reliance language? So even though we're giving them documents and you're saying they're going to look at it to see if they can utilize a site for their purposes, they're still doing their own due diligence. We're not giving any reliance on any of our documents. They still have full reliance on their own due diligence. This is just a preliminary, what we have done.
And we're not doing it. I mean, we're doing it sort of on behalf of the state. You're right, we are doing it. But we're not committing to this is certified that this exists or this doesn't exist.
Yeah, they would go back to the original drafter.
Say, do we need to look at,
And can then request it to get updated and get a reliance letter. Jenny's looking at me, yes. You understand where I'm coming from? Yeah, I want to make sure that we don't incur any liability by representing the status of any property based off of reports that we have gotten.
no,
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? If not, thank you, Mr. Fulk.
thank you.
We'll move on to the coroner's office. Ms. Dees.
Thank you and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you all for your service and commitment to Lancaster County as well. The coroner's office is staffed with 6 full-time employees, 7 part-time. That reflects my transport team only, and only 2 to 3 of those are active right now. Some highlights for you guys. We had 969 cases for the calendar year of 2024. We had 772 scene cases and 197 administrative/notification cases. We do other notifications for other counties as well. So if someone has a family member here, but their loved one has died in another county, they will call and ask us to go do that. We do that. And we have had 489 transports. That equates to a 3% increase in our scene cases and a 7% increase in our transports. And our strategic priorities are public safety, resource optimization, and high performance. And some people probably want to know why the coroner's office strategic priority number 1 is public safety. A lot of the information we glean from our investigations is directly fed back to public safety. If you know what you're dealing with that causes death, then you know how to be preventive on the front end. And also, just a fun fact for you, in May 20 of 23, Governor McMaster declared and wrote into law, coroners are now qualified first responders. In my request, as you can see there, right there, we have, for the deputy coroner, we are strapped. We currently have no one on the top end of the county. Anything that happens on the top end of the county, any response, the closest response would come from Primus Crossroads. I didn't choose it that way, it's just where people live. And so our preference would be to have someone come in who is already ABMDI certified, which is national certification for us. That requires a lot less training, and they're ready to go. The part-time, and I just skipped over the vehicle because that's just in the event we were to get the full-time. The part-time is also a data entry person. A lot of our data is used in other departments. They request our data, and it drives a lot of their grants as well. When you guys call me and say, hey, how many people did you have that died from a fire? I am so far behind because I don't have enough staff to type in that into a spreadsheet. I literally have to tell my crew, I'll buy dinner tonight, plan to stay till 12 o'clock, and we have to go count paper files by hand because I don't have enough time or enough staff to start entering data. And we do that on a regular basis. Finance can probably attest to that. I have long deadlines with them because we have to wait till we shut down and come in at night and do that. As far as the career ladder adjustments, I'm asking for that because several of my people, I have given them tasks. They have accomplished every single one of them. My whole staff is national certified, which is really, really rare. I only have one that's not, and it's because he hasn't accrued the hours yet that it requires. Also had them go out for some other certifications, and they obtained every one of them. Some impact data for you to consider in my request. We do serve 4 communities that are over 55. Let's just face it, death occurs a lot more in those communities. We also serve 9 of them that are age restricted or focused on assisted living. Notable for you is I did have a little over $77,000 reduction in my professional services medical line since 2023. And then we are actually having to work administratively. We respond 7 days a week, 24/7, no matter what, holidays and all. Now we have to do that administratively as well. We have a lot of people who choose to go back to whatever state they're from. That means a flight out of town. That means that some of the paperwork I have to issue by the state has to be issued before they can be boarded on that flight. That happens day and night, 7 days a week. So between Jennifer and I, we go in and we cover all the weekend administration as well. I actually spoke to Mr. Marstall on Monday, and I took the first day off that I've probably had in about a year and a half. So that's where my requests are from, and I'll be happy to take any questions you have.
Have any questions?
Not a question, but a thank you for everything that you do for our county. I know it is a tough job. I know you do a lot of work, and like you said, you are working your tail off for us. So it's appreciated, and I think this is an important step to get us in the right direction.
Thank you. Thank you guys for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to the sheriff's office. Sheriff Bell.
Mr. Chairman, members of council, we appreciate this opportunity. I'll have Major Shaw run through the PowerPoint, and if you guys have any questions, concerns, or anything, I'll be glad to address them at the end.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon. Appreciate you guys having us. First thing to note, the sheriff gave you a packet. In that packet, you'll see two different versions of a PowerPoint. Just to kind of give you an idea, the first version, or one version of it, is what we turned in. It's our version. And there's a sheriff's office portion and a detention center portion. Sheriff's office is all of our accounts added together. The county's presentation that you see in front of you is broken up by account type. So starting off, we'll hit the highlights of our presentation. So looking at some impact data, you've seen this number for a bunch of years, comparing our agency to national averages, regional averages. We are significantly lower in the number of staff that we have at the sheriff's office compared to the national and South Atlantic average. That's a little more problematic when you consider the next chart that you see in front of you. Percentage of the county population served by the sheriff's office. That is us compared to some of the surrounding counties and some of the counties that are roughly our same size. With less people per capita, we are serving 92% of the county's population, whereas these other counties are serving roughly 60% of their population with more officers per capita. Also moving to the next chart there, you'll see that we are spending significantly less money per capita compared to those same counties. So that's where a lot of our requests are coming from. Not saying that spending less money is always a bad thing, but when we're significantly less and we have some needs, that's where those requests are coming from. So moving to the specific requests on the next slide. I'll hit the highlights. There's some random smaller requests in there, but I'll hit the highlights. The first one is 4 patrol deputies. That $472,000 is an all-in price for those deputies. That's salary, that's fringe, that's equipment, that's everything that's associated with those 4 positions. Those are for the Indian Land area, which should probably be no surprise to most of us. Looking at some basic statistics, District 1 violent crime in 2024 was up 9%. District 1 property crime, District 1, I'm sorry, is Indian Land. Property crime is up 39% in 2024. Calls for service thus far in 2025 are up 20%. And then just kind of some in the weeds statistics for you. We go to Walmart in Indian Land anywhere from 400 to 600 times a year. We have a Costco and a Target coming. Research with Charlotte and Rock Hill, they go to Target, they go to Costco just as many times as they go to Walmart. So once Target opens, once Costco opens, that's roughly another 1,000 calls a year that we'll have to answer. Apartment complexes. If you rewind to 2019, we didn't go to the Mason in Indian Land. It's an apartment complex. We didn't go because it wasn't there. Now, we went there 114 times last year. The court at Redstone, another apartment complex. We went there zero times in 2019. Last year, we went 68 times. So there is a real value when it comes to the work that it causes us behind every apartment complex, every business, et cetera. So that's the basis of that 4-deputy request. The second personnel request for the sheriff's office is the 2 violent crime investigators. They are currently being paid on a grant that expires October of this year. It has been a highly successful grant. You guys have probably heard the statistic before. We have the highest violent crime clearance rate in the state, and it's because of those people, and we need to keep them even though the grant's expiring. The next significant request is additional flock cameras. It's $27,000 to pay for 2 cameras, second year and beyond. Those were donated to us. First year cost was paid for it. And then we'd like to add 5 additional cameras to our inventory of 19 so far. Those flock cameras have been instrumental in solving a tremendous amount of crime. They're one of the best tools that has happened to our profession in a long time, and we need some more. The next significant request is $40,000 for our embedded mental health program. Last year, we were granted $58,000 from the county budget to start that program again. Fortunately, we got a grant to go ahead and start that program, so we did not use that $57,000 of county money. We were able to use year one, pay for year one with the grant. That year one will expire January of 2026. Half of that contract from January 26 to July 1st, 26 is $40,000. So we're requesting half of that to pick it up next year. The next request, next page, significant request. Overtime, there's some overtime requests there. It's reflected there. That's 2 different account numbers. 110 is the sheriff's office, 117 is Kershaw Sheriff's Office. Most of our overtime comes from training. We have to pay patrol deputies overtime to come to training when they're off duty. We train a lot to make sure we have good quality people, and we're able to meet the needs of the county. And as our salaries go up, so does the cost of overtime. So when you add all that up, we're looking at some potential budget shortfall. So we're asking for some minor increases there. The next increase we're requesting, and you can see it broken down from 117, which is Kershaw, 112, which is the judicial account, and then 110, which is the sheriff's office main account, is some additional money in supplies and clothing. We have struggled over the years to keep a track and really maintain our uniform and equipment ordering and so forth. We found a solution to that. There is an online store that we can use through a vendor. We can set that store up. We can set up the amount of money that officers are allowed to spend during certain periods of time. We can limit it. You know, you can only spend X this part of the year and X next part of the year. And that will take care of all of their boots, their uniforms, all the things that are authorized, and when they need them, they can order them, and if they don't need them, they don't have to order them. And we think that'll really improve our efficiency, of course, our professionalism, and doing the math, we need just a little bit of an increase in those line items to be able to make that happen. The next one is travel. It's a $20,000 requested or travel and training, which is a $20,000 requested increase. That's kind of twofold. So the last few years, we have been fortunate to have some state grant funding that we have been spending over the last 2 or 3 years for training, for equipment that has really allowed us to get some of the things we needed without using county funds. We finally have spent all that money, and moving forward, we're going to have to rely on county funds to provide some of that training. Of course, the department's growing, so the more people, the more training we need. The next significant request, of course, gasoline. We have to drive. We don't have any control over that, and we certainly don't have a control over the price of gas. Probably the largest request in the sheriff's office account is vehicles. So just like last year, we are still behind in our vehicle fleet. We have roughly 26 vehicles that are outside of county policy that are still riding around having to answer calls. Those need to be replaced, and price tag of the vehicle times 26 gets us close to the 1.98. Now that 1.98 also includes 4 new vehicles for the 4 new deputies for a total of 30. And those are our significant requests for the Sheriff's Office 110 account. Salaries, now you're going to talk about the percentage part of it at this point. So we know that there is discussion about increasing salaries or having a percentage across the board, for all county employees. And we just wanted to provide you with a little bit of information to consider while you think about what to do with that. Looking at the State Law Enforcement Division, which is obviously one of our biggest competitors, they steal our people. They are good people, and they want them. And I know for sure we have one in the SLED hiring process right now. But just looking at SLED, basically across the board, we're behind SLED anywhere from 3 to 10%, based on where we are now and where they are. They're looking at a 5% increase, which would then move us to anywhere from 8 to 15% now behind SLED if they get the 5% increase that's been proposed in the state budget. Looking at the Highway Patrol, who has also successfully stolen some of our people over the years, we are either even with or slightly ahead of the Highway Patrol in most of the lower rank and file positions at the Sheriff's Office, which is good. But they're also looking at the same 5% increase. So that will then make us either even with them or behind them if they get that 5%, depending on what the county does or doesn't do with an across-the-board increase. Locally, local agencies, I hate to report, because this has never been the case, Chester County, who has always been well behind us in salary, is looking at a 7% increase for deputies and a 10% increase for correctional officers. If they get that and we get 0, we will now be even with Chester County, which I don't think is a position we want to be in. York County, Monday evening, approved a 5% increase for their folks. That was in the Herald. So just some percentage things to think about as you guys consider any kind of cost of living raise that you look at. So that covers all of the Sheriff's Office accounts. That's 110, the main Sheriff's Office, 117, Kershaw, 112, Judicial, 121 SROs. Might be probably a good time to questions about any of that before we move on.
I've got a question. On the violent crime investigators, could we not reapply for that grant, or this totally went away?
5-year grant.
5-year grant is gone, okay. And I know the impact that it did in, at least my district, I know. So I really hate that. The 30 vehicles, would that come out of a different pot of money? Okay. And the other is, are you gonna ask for across the board, are we gonna do like we usually do, is give him that money and you distribute it as you need, as you see fit?
Council normally does, they give us the pot of money and we distribute it throughout the ladder.
And that's gonna be this way again, whether it's whatever percentage? Okay.
Any additional questions?
I have a comment. I seen these guys in action. I went to a crime scene here a while back that I seen collaboration of sheriff and EMS and coroner's office and SLED and everybody. And I want to commend y'all on the job y'all done with that. But looking at that, we was talking about losing people. While I was there, I seen and I know 5 people that work with the sheriff's offices now was SLED. I seen it this scene. SLED was on scene. So I know 5 people that I seen was there. So we definitely losing people to the SLED for sure. And this, where we needing this counseling stuff is real big too, because I've seen what these deputies see on these scenes and stuff, and they have to go home with this stuff, and they need somebody that can help them. So I'm sure EMS and y'all need this kind of counseling and stuff. So I totally support that of it. So.
One other thing, Chair, I forgot to say. I've worked very closely with the Sheriff Department in my years, and compared to some of the other departments I work with throughout the state, I'm gonna tell you, we've got a really, really fine Sheriff Department, and I just want to say, the leadership there is perfect, and we appreciate it. And as a council member, I'm going to support whatever the needs are, and I'm going to encourage the rest of my colleagues to do the same.
I agree with Ms. McGrill. We're very fortunate to have what we got in Lancaster County, and I sure do want to keep them there. And I don't want to lose people to other agencies if we can help it.
Yeah, and I just want to echo what everyone else has said. I am 100% behind public safety, so I fully support your needs. In particular, when you're talking about the officers that are needed in Indian Land, that's not just because they're needed in Indian Land, but currently what you're doing is you're moving folks from other areas of the county to serve that area. So if there's an incident somewhere else in the county, they can't be there. So it is really not just for Indian Land, it is for the entire county. So I fully appreciate all of your efforts. I know recent incidences where one of them Mr. Mosfeller was talking about, you all are professional, efficient, and I highly appreciate everything that you all do.
And we're nationally certified, aren't we? Yeah.
Sheriff, I'm going to ask you a question. I know you can't control this, but I don't know if there's anything we can do to contribute to it. But they had the group here this morning from the chamber, and one of the questions came up about the camera system up at the Promenade parking lot, and wanted to know if that was an increased crime area. And we were like, no, that was actually there to help deter shoplifting on a trial thing. If we could convince our shopping center owners up in Indian Land that they needed those in their parking lots, what would that do for y'all's operations?
Well, we had those things up there for about 30 days on a trial basis. And we have certain stores up there that are hit pretty regularly. One being the Ulta store. Had zero shopliftings when that camera was there. Problem is, you get these cameras and they lease them to you, and about $40,000 a year. Block cameras, but We've tried to encourage these stores to put things in place. And of course, not only the stores, some of the neighborhoods up there as well. And they just will not do it. But that is a huge tool for us. You know, when something happens, we immediately start looking for descriptions of vehicles, people, tag numbers, just anything we can get to get out there. And, you know, they import it to us.
You would think that the amount of shoplifting, the drop in the shoplifting would actually pay for itself multiple times over, especially like a store like Walmart when it's almost like an open door.
Thousands of dollars, you know, in one clip.
You know, we need to look at ways that we can encourage that. Might not be able to do what we've got on the ground now, but in stuff coming up, certainly, if we could start those conversations ahead of time.
Maybe build it into the UDO.
Yeah. I mean, if that's something that we could do, I think it would be a tremendous value for our citizens, but especially for the sheriff's department.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're going to go on to the detention center, I guess.
That's correct. So now we're in Fund 120, the detention center. So looking at of course, the two charts that you guys have seen for a number of years, the population in the detention center continues to rise. It's not going down. It's way past pre-COVID levels and continues to go. Last year we had our highest daily population, 217 inmates at one point. Of course, there's a fix for that in the works. So the new detention center's on the way. We're grateful for that, but it can't get here fast enough. Our average length of stay is longer. I think that's due to, you know, one, the types of things that people are getting arrested for, violent crimes and so forth, and then of course the judicial system and how quickly it moves or doesn't move. So our total requested increase for the detention center this year is $1.8 million. Now, I know that seems like a lot, but there's one key item that's causing that, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So if we want to move on to the individual request, we'll talk about those. So the first one is a career ladder increase for the detention center officers. Last year, they received a good increase, which we really appreciate. It was about half of what we asked for. Our goal was to try to make detention center officer pay the same as deputy pay. And there's a number of reasons behind that. We've lost 42 correctional officers since 2019. Only 9 of those went to some other agency. They come and decide that the detention center is not a place that they want to be, and they go back to the private industry. There are no inmates in the private industry. There's nobody cussing at them and throwing stuff on them and spitting on them and so forth on a regular basis. You can go to a number of local places in Lancaster County and make almost as much money as a detention center officer makes without the same level of grief and so forth that they have to put up with. So that's where that comes from. We have traditionally been fairly successful with enticing people away from SCDC. We do have a prison in the county, but of course, just like all the other state agencies, SCDC made some really good strides in their salaries. So there's really not that big of an advantage to move from SCDC to our detention center now. It's really just a wash. So that's where that request comes from. The next request is for correctional officers. Now, full disclosure, we really don't need 4 correctional officers right now. We have what is allotted for our current facility by the Association of Counties, by SCDC. We have those number of positions. This is strictly a preparation thing. The new facility will require a significant number of people more than what we have. And I don't think that the county can hire all of those people at the same time. We certainly can't actually hire them, find them, hire them, and train them at the same time. So this is purely a preparational thing to start increasing that budget so we'll be ready for the new facility to open. The next request, the maintenance technician, that's kind of a similar request. We don't exactly need a maintenance technician right now. We do believe we will need one in the new facility, and we do believe that it'll be beneficial for that person to be on board as the facility starts to be completed so that they know the inner workings of, where all the pipes are and the wires run and the this, that, and the other so that they can effectively serve the facility. So that's a preparation thing. The administrative assistant, we could use that now. We'll definitely need it in the new facility. We're looking for that person to take work off of the correctional officers, answering phones, doing reports, doing paperwork, helping with bond hearings so that officers can deal with inmates instead of having to do administrative tasks. Overtime, that request is based on a number of different things. Increased salaries, we have to send people to training. That makes the overtime rate more. And then vacancy rate, we can't be vacant in the detention center. If somebody calls in sick or somebody's on vacation, we have to call in somebody to work. So we're requesting an increase there. The next one, supplies, food and beverage. That's a vendor-imposed cost increase, just like everybody else's grocery bill. Our vendor's grocery bill that provides our meals in our detention center, it's gone up, so they're passing that cost along to us. The next page, we will find our big ask. Our big ask is a $910,000 increase so that we can go to 24-hour medical coverage. Currently, we have a nurse at our facility 12 hours a day. The company that we contract with, we are ready to move away from. The other vendors that are available out there will not consider anything less than a 24-hour contract. They won't even give us a bid. We need the 24-hour contract. For some reason, the jail tends to house some of the most unhealthy people in the county, it seems like. Anything from drug and alcohol withdrawals to injuries to fights to all kind of different things. We average roughly 600 medical incidents in the detention center every year. EMS responds to the detention center over the last 3 years an average of 250 times a year. Most of those calls to the detention center occur outside of the hours that the nurse is there. The nurse is there from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. EMS is having to come in the middle of the night because we don't have any other option, to provide medical care for somebody. Our deputies are transporting inmates to the hospital almost daily, and sometimes more than daily, multiple trips, because we don't have any other option. Standard practice for EMS, if EMS comes to your house and you say you want to go to the hospital, whether there's something wrong with you or not, they take you. So we're kind of in the same boat. If we don't have anybody there who can triage that inmate, who can provide basic first aid, we don't have any other option but to take them to the local ER. That causes a tremendous strain on deputies. It takes them off the road. It takes them away from answering calls, and they have to sit over there sometimes for hours and even days with inmates. We believe that 24-hour medical coverage will help curtail a lot of that for us. Of course, provide better medical care for the inmates that we have, and that ultimately reduces liability. The detention center is a tremendous liability for the county, and most of the lawsuits that we've ever been involved in are rooted around some kind of medical treatment or not medical treatment or whatever. So we really believe that this will be a big benefit for us. When we get to the new facility, it will have a medical wing in it. And of course, in order to use the medical wing, you got to have a medical person in it. So this is going to be almost a must-do at some point in the future. But we really need it now. Special note, if we decide that we're not going to go to 24-hour medical and we're not going to do this request, we're still looking at a $26,000 increase from our current vendor to be able to cover the, just 12-hour medical next year. So that price tag is going up anyway.
We have any questions?
I do. When is the detention scheduled for completion again?
The last date I heard was late 2026.
October of 26.
Okay, and some of these positions that you're requesting could be a half a year position, not a full year, right?
I think that would be acceptable, yes, ma'am.
And that would be January-ish of 26?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Moss.
How many new correctional officers you gonna end up needing at the new facility?
So part of that will depend on SCDC. SCDC has a say in that, and they have not provided us with a study yet. They have to look at building plans. They have to look at the facility as it gets built out, and they will tell us how many we're supposed to have. But looking at it on paper, I would guess we're going to need roughly, I hate to even throw this number at you, 15 to 20 additional correctional officers. The new facility is very close to what you would call a direct supervision. It has control towers that are complete or full-time observation of cell blocks. Well, you can't observe the cell block if you don't have somebody in that control tower. And there are multiple control towers throughout the facility, so somebody has to be in each one of them to work the doors, to observe what's going on. We don't have that now, and of course that's not the industry standard. Industry standard is direct supervision. Everybody in the country who's trying to do it right is doing direct supervision, and our current facility is just not possible. The new facility, it will be, but direct supervision requires more personnel.
Any other questions? I have an off-the-wall question related to something we talked about earlier. What's the size of your standard jail cell?
I think 6 by 8. I think it's probably about right. Yes, sir.
And we were having a conversation. We were having a conversation about trying to retrofit that facility for some purpose, and I can't imagine having offices in a 6 by 6 or 6 by 8.
Well, part of that is the size of a cube.
Shower space and everything else.
Yes, 6 by 8 is a cubicle.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are parts of the facility that would be acceptable for some office space, but I don't know about.
There's a lot of concrete out there that had to
It
be
is,
busted
yes.
out.
Yeah.
It ain't easy, walls knocked out.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that. We're going to go on to court mandated security now.
Well, we've already covered that. That was part of the original sheriff's office.
Okay.
That's account number 112, and really the only request in that account number would be the clothing allowance for the online store, and I think it was like $4,100 or something.
You have your own millage for that.
Correct.
Anyway, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Cato, EMS.
We're only 20 minutes off schedule.
Bring us on.
20 minutes.
I think I'm the last thing between you and a break.
Last thing for the
Break.
Good afternoon.
Don't rush it.
Do what now?
I said, don't rush it.
Okay, I'll try not to. I'll talk in my regular voice and not my speed voice. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of council. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our EMS request. I'm not going to go through line by line because I'm sure you've been doing that all afternoon. So the highlights of us right now is what we really need. Obviously, I think you've just got through hearing some of the same sad story that I'd like to sell you. With growth comes the impact on emergency services, and that's no different than us. The north end of our county has really blown up, and it has really put us in a bad position at times. So currently we have 80 FTE positions. Of those, it says 77 are full. I've lost 2 in the last 2 weeks because they thought they wanted to be a mother instead of a paramedic. I can't blame them. Both of those dropped back from full-time to part-time to go out and have their children, and hopefully they'll come back when their children get a little bit older. So that puts us down to 75. Of those 80 positions, 64 of those positions are FTEs that are assigned to the 911 trucks. So if we had the 62 positions, we're down to 60 now, so that puts us 4 short on the 911 trucks. Last year, we saw an increase in our collections, which is good. This year, the number that you see there, we have already surpassed that. We are sitting at $441,000 in collections for this year, over what we were projected. So hopefully this year will be over $500,000 more in collections than what we projected. Our EMS call volume countywide has gone up 2.3%, and I bet you can't guess what the majority of that is. The #1 response area for the county for the first time in the history of EMS is Indian Land. Second is the city of Lancaster, and Mr. Neal, you'll be happy to know that the 3rd busiest area of our county is Kershaw, which is very surprising if you think about the county in general. We probably would be a little bit more in Indian Land than we currently are, but a lot of times we have to request mutual aid from outside of our county. Of course, our strategic priorities are public safety. We always want to be high performance, and some of the requests are for quality development or improvement to kind of make us more streamlined. Just some things that I thought you might like to know. National studies show that if you do not arrive and perform CPR in 4 minutes or less, that is the standard. And as you can see, our response time is sitting at 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Every minute over that, the likelihood of a bad outcome comes. Once you get to the magic number, national studies show, of 10 minutes, the outcome of survival is nil to none. And we are sitting at 10 minutes and 25 seconds right now. The average for an EMS service, what the standard is for urban, they want us to be on the scene in BLS, that means somebody doing CPR, in 6 minutes, in ALS in 8 minutes in rural settings. So that is still under what we are right now. My goal in the county has been 8 minutes. We superseded that many years ago, and we just continue to get further. Last year, we were sitting at 9 minutes and 50 seconds, so you can see what we've gone up this year. I know the push for salaries, and Mr. Marstall is going to recommend a minimum hiring for the county. I think the number I saw was 29 people are under that he's recommend. 16 of those currently work for Lancaster County EMS. So of those 29, 16 people make less than $15 an hour. And if you classify one of our office staff, that would make it 17. So reimbursement rates. Right now, if I file insurance for Medicaid, I get $150. That's all I get for a transport. If I file for a Medicare, for an emergency call, I get $350. If I file for a basic call, it's $250. So for us to, quote unquote, break even, it is not possible with those insurance regulations. And I was just in Washington last week talking to some of our politicians about raising those rates. We were able to get what we call add-ons to Medicare. For urban, we got 2%. Rural, we got 3%, and super rural is like 22.5%, which does not affect Lancaster County. It would be more of the Chester counties in that area, Fairfield County. So super rural is not part of us. One of our big pushes this year will be a new concept, and you know that I've come to you before and said I've got a crazy idea.
Some of those crazy ideas has resulted in an MCI unit that we have already used 3 times in this county and transported patients to the hospital. Another one was the bulletproof vest that you guys approved last week for the ambulances. Unfortunately, we had to use those last week at a local store on the bypass for an incident that you guys know about. And another one that we had was I came to you a few years ago and said, I think I can increase our billing costs or reimbursements if you allow me to get the billing office certified and give me, on a year's trial basis, an extra biller. We have more than succeeded that. So there are 3 positive things that we have done on some of these projects. And also, hopefully, tomorrow you guys will come out to Springdale and see one of our other new projects we like to do. Is called barbecue. And we started cooking that at 1 o'clock this morning, by the way. This big project is a team effort between Indian Land Fire and Lancaster County EMS. Chief Nicholson and I have agreed that we think this is a wonderful idea. We've talked to you before about the lift assist calls that we've had in our county. You know, an elderly gentleman or lady can't get from the bed to the chair or falls. There's no injury involved, and yet we tie up a 911 ambulance to go out there and lift these people out of the floor. What we would like to propose is to hire, and Chief Nicholson is going to talk about this, 3 firemen for Chief Nicholson and 3 EMTs for Lancaster County EMS, and put them on a QRV out of one of our stations, and that QRV would respond to all non-emergency calls in the Indian Land only response area. This would be for us to go and assess that patient, make sure that patient, he or she is not injured, and transition that patient back to what they needed. This would leave our 911 trucks available to run the 17% of true emergencies that we have in this call. So out of 100% call volume, 17% of those are true life and death, and that's where we transport you code 3 to the hospital. That's where I got that 17%. So we're asking you for the 3 emergency medical technicians to pair with that. I believe in Chief Nicholson's budget, he's going to ask for the vehicle, and we're going to provide the station. Another position that we've asked for is an accreditation officer. This is so I can be like Barry and be accredited nationally. It is what you would call a goal, but not a necessity. It is something that I think is time for us to do. The next thing that I think is very important would be equipment officer. So if I had to choose between the 2, I would say the equipment officer. As we get busier and we add more and more equipment, we find things can fall through the cracks, or as Mr. Elliott told you earlier about the move of the shop, that has drastically affected us. Our ambulances have to be plugged up because we have to have temperature control medicines in those ambulances. And where we currently are, and we were able to keep those at our station there on Pageland Highway plugged up. Now, I'm not sure he's got enough of plugs yet, and I'm not sure if he's got enough. But anyway, so we will have to leave those there and then transfer them back and forth. This position also takes care of our cardiac monitors, which is a $45,000 piece of equipment that are on 22 different ambulances. We actually have 25 of those in the fleet. Maintains our stretchers, maintains all the county AEDs. Stuff is as simple as TVs at the stations, doors at the stations, furnitures at the stations. I run 9 different households. So everything that you have in your house, I have that multiplied by 9. So if you got it, we got it, and somebody's got to maintain it. And right now, keeping up with all that is a beast, so to speak. I also asked for 2 QRVs. I believe this is in Mr. Elliott's budget. This is just a simple swap. We've got 2 that's got extremely high miles and are beginning to be unsafe to drive emergency traffic. So this would be a swap for that. The EMS roof at Station 8, if you've been by Walnut Creek, part of it is rotten, and I'm scared that it may start falling at some point. So it's an issue that I think needs to be addressed. Also, that is in someone else's budget. The other things that we have, the big push would be the EMS Quality Improvement Program. Currently, right now, we have staff that are assigned to do that. They review every chart that we write, and they review it based on our standing orders that our doctor has told us to do. Sometimes personalities can be involved, and whether you may or may not like someone can skew how you may or may not grade that person on interpretation. This, to me, takes all of that out of play and helps with Mr. Marstall's directive of the new evaluations that we've started doing, and will provide a firm, fair, consistent evaluation of a job performance of our medics. This is a third-party company that we send them our standing orders, and we electronically send them the EPCR, and they grade them and send them back to us where the medics need to improve. And then we sit down with our training department and review that with each medic so they understand, and they can't say, well, you know, Mr. Cato didn't like me or Mr. Wilson didn't like me. Here's someone who has no idea who you are giving you a score on your EPCR. Other items that I asked for, which are in other departments' budget, would be the EMS access control. We currently have stations that don't have punch codes or card swipe systems. This would standardize everybody in all of our stations, and it's a security issue. 2 medical vending machines. This helps with our inventory control, and this would also help with rotation to make sure that some of our products stay in date with us. Other than that, that is pretty much it, unless you have some questions that you would like me to answer.
You did have a fee increase, right, that you're suggesting? Yeah.
So if you look at the bottom, we have been charging $30 an hour now per medic per event. So, for example, high school football games, we send 2 medics. That's $60 an hour. Because of the recent salary increases, we felt that we needed to up that to just break even with the cost that it's going to cost us to have those employees stand by at these events. And now they pay for them, so we get a lot of requests for people to come and stand by at events, country music festivals, Red Rose festivals, Indian Land festivals, large church things, all the high school football games. It expanded now to the middle school, the JV, sometimes the Pop Warner League, so to speak, and the varsity football games. And at one time, they were wanting us to cover the high school basketball games, which we just cannot do. We don't have the staff for that. So they cover that now with their nurses and other medical staff that they pay for.
Thank you, Mr. Cato. I want to say that, you know, I'm hoping that we can give you a lot of what you've requested, but the joint program between you and the fire department, I think, is something that we as a county not necessarily need to do, we have to do, because it just makes such sense to do it. You know, you're talking about sending a QRV out with 2 people versus a $1 million fire truck with 4 people to go pick somebody up off the floor. And this happens multiple times a day. It just doesn't happen once a day. It happens multiple times a day. And the long-term savings for the county, I think, would pay for the program easily, hand over fist.
So it also helps in reducing our workers' comp rates. So if you look right now, I told you that I have only X amount of vacancies. Well, I also have 6 people out on workers' comps. We have bought knees, backs, shoulders, and none of us are getting any younger. So this is a way to help offset that. If that crew got there and the patient they felt needed help, then they could immediately call someone, a local fire department, an EMS truck, or a supervisor.
And this also serves as a training opportunity for both departments, where you can put beginner staff in there that can learn and be moved up when you have openings in your department as well.
It's kind of like going back to the days when we first started. We actually had what we called a convalescent truck, that if you had a doctor's appointment and you were bedridden, we went and got you and took you to the doctor. We've done away with that now, but everybody that's been here a while had to start on that truck. You start on that truck before you moved to a 911 truck. So when you moved to the 911 truck, you had experience dealing with the patients. This would be the same thing for that. It's also another one of the projects that we have started that would be the first in the state. I have no other county in the state that does this. So we would be the first, along with our paramedic program, our EMT boot camp. We were the first to have AEDs, the first to do RSI. So it's just a long history of things that Lancaster County EMS has been a trendsetter in the state of South Carolina.
Mr. Chair, I agree with the chair on that program that you talked about. I think that is just like a no-brainer to move that responsibility to another team or whatever. And Claire, I also want to thank you for all of your ideas and the fact that not only were they ideas, you brought them to fruition. And I surely appreciate you and your services to Lancaster.
Thank you. I have a few more too on the horizon.
Hey, I can personally attest, we had to use the lift assist about 3 or 4 weeks ago with my father, because we're an aging population where the caregivers are all aging too, and you hate to take that vehicle out of service, but it's a minimum. If it takes 10 minutes to get there, they're a minimum there of 30 minutes because they have to fill their reports out and do everything. And so we probably took a vehicle out of service for a minimum of 45 minutes, but it's something that has to be done. And this program that they're starting up, I think will help not only EMS, but fire department in the long run, possibly save us money if we can get this going. But I'm all for that program.
I mean, I echo what everybody's saying in terms of we have to designate and commit more assets and money to EMS. Where I am specifically interested in is the stations. I don't know if that's what the special projects is there, but the ones that are identified on Van Wyck Road and Heath Springs, those projects are approved. They're through capital sales. I think we need to move forward with them now because the need is now. And how can we go about doing that? And what are the steps with that? That is something we know we need to do that. So we have funds to do it. We know we're going to have funds coming in to replace any funds if needed. What can we do to move forward with that? And how does that affect what your requests are?
Mr. Graham, the stations under the special products, I'm not sure if that's what you were talking about, or the EMS 7 and EMS 10. I did not include anything for those two stations. EMS 7 is a simple swap. We're going to move from one station to the other, so we won't need anything for that station. EMS 10, which is the 5th project, I believe, on your project sales tax, there are no current staff that are on us or planned for to move in that. So when Major Shaw talked about planning for the detention center, the last things I've been told is around 2027 when EMS 10 maybe come online.
Which station is that?
That's the Van Wyck Road.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm used to numbers. So
Sorry, I don't know the numbers yet.
So Van Wyck Station, I'm sorry, would be about 2027 when completion is done, once the other projects are done. At that point, we are going to need 6 staff. We will not need a truck. We have enough trucks to divide. It's the staff that we will not have.
So Dennis, is that 2027? Is that what we're looking at if we look at capital sales?
Correct. And even now, I would say within the next 6 months, we can start the project manager working on that to start working on the design and things. So yeah, we can start moving here soon because the money will be available at the end or by the end of 25.
So are we saying that no matter what we do, the earliest that station could be up and running is 2027?
That's what we're looking at. I don't have a time frame because we haven't done the bids, the design, different things. But 27 is safe. If we can move it earlier, there is potential to move it up earlier. So that does make me think about, you're right, how do we think about staffing if you want to do some staffing in this year and next budget year?
I mean, I feel like we're playing like a game, a shuffle game of like where ambulances are in the county and when stuff happens. And I don't think that's a good game to play for our staff or for our citizens. So I think anything we can do to get stations up that we know we need, and we have the land, and we know it's there, and we have the money, let's do it. I mean, we should not be waiting.
I completely agree. And I was going to ask you a question that I've asked everyone else. So is this all that you need?
Well, negative.
Okay.
I'm kind of like the little kid that you take to Walmart and they say, I want, and then the parents have to say, I'm sorry, we can't afford that.
I didn't ask want. I
So
said need.
need obviously is, I can go back to the same thing Major Shaw talked about, and that's salaries with competitive agencies locally. We have now moved barely ahead of the Chesters and Kershaws, but as I told you last year, both of those work what they call a 24/72 schedule. They work many days less and many hours less in the year than our staff do for almost the same amount of money. When you start talking about production-wise, we're running, we'll just say 20,000, we're just a few calls shy of 20,000. Last year, Chester County ran 6,000 calls. Kershaw County ran a little over 10,000. So we are doubling Kershaw County. Their medics make the same thing within a few, I think it's about $3,000 less than ours on annual. So if I am looking to work as a paramedic or an EMT or anything else, and I can go make the same amount of money and not work as hard, it's kind of a no-brainer.
So is that request, I imagine that request is not included in these numbers.
We did not put any salary requests other than what I have spoken with Mr. Marstall about.
Okay.
That's obviously more trucks, better wages, increase in medical supplies, because everything goes up. And we're going to miss medical supply budget this year because of some of the medical supply shortages that we have.
I looked at,
So hold on. So if you could provide that information to Mr. Marshall so he can share it with the rest of the council, because I think that's going to be critically important as we look at not just the current needs, but also the anticipated growth that we're seeing in our county throughout the area. And as I said earlier, I know the sheriff's office talked about, officers for Indian land, but it's not just for Indian land, because everywhere you're sending someone means that someone's not in another part of the county.
So if you look at our call volume numbers per truck, the busiest ambulance in the county sits behind Pizza Hut in Lancaster.
Yep.
Does that mean that truck runs more calls in Lancaster than anywhere else? No, it does not, because it goes to Indian land. The next busiest truck in the county sits at Payson Highway, 2006 Payson Highway. It's the busiest, second busiest truck, because guess where it goes? To Indian land.
Yeah.
That's when all the trucks in Indian land are out and we start pulling those trucks. So we're pulling from the citizens of Lancaster to support the citizens of the Indian land. And I hate to say this, but sometimes we pull from the cities of Heath Springs and Kershaw to support Indian land.
But you're getting other places, other counties to cover as well.
So I recently had that discussion with our county 911 director. We're going to start trying to come up with a way to actually count those, so we can come to you and through Mr. Marstall or ever how you guys want it, and I can say this is how many times we called for outside resources because we couldn't support the request of our citizens.
Yep. And then just to finish, so that information would be critically important for us, because that is where the anticipated needs are and what we need to do to cover the entire county. And then the last question is, I know we talked about some of the facilities that we're talking about that are new facilities, but our current facilities, do they need work? Do they need improvements?
Yeah. So in the special projects that you see on there, there's $7.6 million. This is a project that we started talking about 5 years ago with Mr. Willis. There's a way to combine stations in the city of Lancaster to save money. I call it a combination station.
Yeah.
The station behind Pizza Hut and the station on Highway 9, we can close those and build one mutual response station that has all of our trucks, shared utilities. We don't pull away from anybody's response. We make it bigger. We plan for the next 25 years, like the one in Indian Land and Van Wackelby and Heath Springs. So all we do is we add bodies. We don't have to add capital.
Okay.
The station on McElwain Road, which is also in this request, is called EMS 3. As the Belltown area begins to grow out, that is what I term as a dead area, and that means that our response area times are so bad that I really don't want to talk about them because it's really bad. That is one of the worst response areas in the area. So I would like to close Station 3 and move it closer to Belltown. So as the Edgewaters come online and the water park there on 200 comes out, we can better respond to the needs of those citizens. And EMS 6 was on there simply because in the beginnings of Hale Gold Mine, they kind of promised that they would, if the county worked with them, they would help build us a station in the Flat Creek area. Obviously, that hasn't come to fruition, and I think one time they wanted the old school there that is our station. I'm not sure if they still want that, but it was to get a better station for the cruising because I went to elementary school where that station is. I remember when that was turned from an elementary school to an EMS station, and that was in the 90s. So, and yes, I'm old.
I as a note too, we went to the ribbon cutting for Roseland, and they are going to have people start moving in by the end of June, and that is sitting in a zone where your busiest truck is. And I mean, you got Roseland that's got 1,800 homes of 55 and older, and they're starting to populate that place in June of this year. So, heads up.
We all know that once we get that magic number of 50, I'm there. I can move into Roseland if I want to. We have more health concerns, so those age restrictions pull on us really hard.
Clay, I wanted to go back to, I think it was a comment that Jose made, and you mentioned your salaries.
Yes, ma'am.
Salaries of your workers. And I think in the recommendations from Dennis, he's got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. You're talking about a tier 2, because I think that tier 1 is from 12 to 15. The tier 2 is from 15 to 18, and tier 3 is whatever. So we need to look at what tier your staff would fall into.
So I actually just got those slides. It was sent to me at 9:41 this morning, this thing that we're going over today, and I was unfortunately doing barbecue since 1 o'clock this morning, and I did not get to review this until I looked at it about 1:30 before I got here. So I saw what you were talking about, but I didn't study it, so I can't give you a good educated guess.
Okay.
But 2's better than 1, so that's good. 3's even better. I'm good with that.
I'm in support of whatever will benefit our staff and your staff and make your workers competitive with other counties.
And that's,
don't want to train them
and
as
that's
they leave.
all I really want to do is, what we do is we make a life and death decision daily, and we have to make them instantaneously. And we want the best staff here, so we want to pay for what they do. We require them to do a tremendous amount of training, well above what the state requires us to do. So we think that if you want the best, you're going to have to pay for the best.
And I'm going to tell you the same thing I told the sheriff, is that I get so many compliments about our EMS and how professional y'all are and courteous and do your job. And I can attest to that through my family members.
And sometimes I get those other phone calls, the other end of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Because we're not perfect, and we do we try to use those as a learning experience, especially for some of our younger medics.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I know, we need to be competitive on all our salaries, but we also, for years, we have given more for EMS, fire, and the sheriff's department that we need to be fair to everybody, because we have a lot of important employees, and we seem to be losing more non-public safety employees. So I think we really need to make sure we address those salaries too.
All right. Any other questions for Mr. Cato? Thank you, Mr. Cato.
Thank you for all your service and
We're going to take a brief break, get a drink, restrooms, that kind of stuff, and be back for the last part of the presentation.
Did you order some food?
We got chips and cookies in the back.
Oh, there you go. Oh, that is you.
It went in high motion.
Maybe where you held it, maybe it's since, there you go, so it's wherever you hold it, it's a little sensitive.
Oh, my gosh.
You might have.
Go drive. Granola. It's high in carb.
Okay, we are ready to roll. We're going to move on to item C, discussion of the operating budget, personnel, and revenue updates. Who's going to take the lead to start off with?
Mr. Chairman, we have our CFO, Ms. Sabrina Harris. We'll do a little bit of recap of some of what you heard today. It also takes into account what you're going to hear on Wednesday of next week, but she'll give you a recap here of the operating budget in total and the personnel requests. What's revenue?
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, council members, I'll walk us through just a snapshot of our operating budget where we stand as of today. We'll look at an overview of our millage and our millage history. We'll look at a summary of all of the budget requests. And so you've heard half of the departments present their budgets today. The rest will come next week, but I'll give you an overview so you'll have a advanced preview of some of the things, especially around the new requests. We'll look at a summary of the external agency request, some of the economic factors, things we'll want to pay attention to as we continue to move forward in the process. And then our budget director, Jamie Provoznak, will come through and we'll look at a preliminary snapshot of our revenue and projections and talk through the methodology for each of the key ones that we focus on, the higher dollar collections. And then we'll talk about next steps, what will happen after today. Next slide. All right, so our goals throughout the entire budget process will be to make sure we align to our strategic plan. We've looked back at the plan as a part of this process to make sure that we are addressing anything that's included there specifically. We'll look at our, part of our goal is to maintain our county's fiscal health, make sure that we provide competitive compensation and benefits for our staff, make sure that we address our technology and facility needs, and take into account any growth or plans that we have for the future. All right, so what we have here is just a year-over-year view of our millage history, and this is just looking at our county millage. We did not have a millage increase year-over-year, although we did adjust the millage in some of the specific categories. Our operating millage went down 0.2 mills, and our county debt went down 0.9, but our capital improvement went up to 6.4, and so that net change, there was no net change year-over-year in our overall millage. Our certified millage for the year, as certified by our county auditor, is $518,035. Next slide. Sherry?
Oh, there you go.
Okay. All right, so here we have a look at our millage history, and we'll revisit the conversation about millage probably every time we come back together. With this being a reassessment year, we know that there are some limitations around what we can do with our millage if we do intend to have a millage increase. There are some things that we can factor in, like if there's an increase in our population or increase in average yearly inflation, we can factor that into our decision about what we do with millage. We also have an opportunity to look back over the past 3 years with our millage, and any increase that we did not take advantage of in the prior 3 years, we can also include that as a part of our millage increase if you opt to do so. Next slide. All right, so starting out, just in our summary view, looking at our requests, the dollars that you see listed here and the different categories, contracted service, direct assistance on down, this is just the change from the current year's budget to the new budget. And so in the new request, in just the non-personnel spending, we're looking at a total of just over $20 million. And the major requests are in what you probably would expect to see it in our public safety areas for the detention center, public safety communications, fire and EMS, and also around our infrastructure needs related to roads and solid waste. There's increased requests for Parks and Rec, a facility space for our development services, and one that we'll come back to a number of times to go into greater detail for our ERP software.
Sabrina, I just had a question. So when you go through this category, within it is contained capital and operating. So a lot of the special projects are the capital costs.
They're included in this as well, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
So those things that are, it may be a capital request, but these are the things that only impact the general fund at this point. And so we could decide later, or you could decide later that you might fund some things differently, but those things that are included as requests, capital and otherwise, are
Okay.
included here.
I'm just trying to figure out what's a recurring cost as opposed to a one-time cost.
Okay, and we'll continue to break that down a little bit further as we move forward as well. Those
Yeah.
things that are one-time that can be covered with specific funding, and those things that are recurring. And some of the things that are one-time might create a recurring situation, but we'll talk about those too.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, next slide. All right, so when we look at a summary of the new position request, there's a total of 76 and a half requests for new FTEs to the tune of just over $7 million. And the major requests are again listed here on the side. And just like with the non-personnel scenario, the majority are in the public safety arena. But, and this isn't it doesn't list all of them. There's a lot of onesie twosies in certain areas, but these are the major requests for new positions for next year. All right, and then just a summary look at our external agencies. And so in our general fund budget, the dollars for these expenses are all in our contracted services. So you won't see these broken out by the parts that might cover the external agency's salaries and benefits. They would itemize these out to take care of their spending once we have allotted the funds if it's approved. But in our budget, in our direct assistance line items, and so for those of you that have your spreadsheets up, you're looking at Department 014. It's all captured in the contracted services line item. And so if we go through each of these lists, there's some of these that they have a level budget. Those that have asked for something new, we've listed the justification here to the right. We also have one new external agency, the Hope Lancaster County, that's asking for $500,000 for property purchase for a new facility. Next slide, Sherry.
Let's go back to that.
Okay.
I think that's the Hope Lancaster County is what I was talking about at the break. Can you fill us in on that, Dennis, and our responsibility as a county?
I'll be glad to. As a nonprofit, right now, if you're aware, Hope of Lancaster, we do provide them a facility next to our Public Works EMS station on Pageland Highway, a limited arrangement. They, unsolicited, came to the county, submitted a letter that they have identified a property they'd like to purchase. They're seeking several funders for that purchase and would be interested to know if county council would like to help them support that purchase. But I would say this is an outside request. It's atypical for the county to fund nonprofits. We found other partnerships that were in the county's interest, as you've recognized here. But I wanted to make sure council knew of the request because it came to me. And so you see everything that I'm seeing.
You're so nice. I just wanted to go over that because, you know, we talked about our responsibilities with nonprofits, and we can open that door if we want to. And I also talked a bit at the break is that last year I said I was going to ask for a certain amount to be put in the budget for nonprofits to request. I think last year out of the ARPA funding, we gave maybe $100,000, and we did, the nonprofits did a request. But $500,000 is quite a bit of money, so that's the reason I'm saying it. So if we give, let's be fair across the board. Let's give everybody an opportunity to receive county funding.
Next slide. All right, so just a continuation of the external agencies. Most of these are ongoing in that you've seen these in prior years, and they're asking for either level or just an additional for some to either increase their, the portion that they pay for their staff, and others to increase their non-personnel dollars for things like inflation.
What's the highway patrol dues?
I'm sorry. Highway patrol dues,
Yeah, the top one, just a nominal that we've paid over the years to have membership support for the Highway Patrol.
I was just wondering, I've never seen it before.
Maybe we put some on our car saying we are supporters, will that help?
I was going to ask about the Lancaster County Historical Commission. So is that enough with the services that they're providing?
well, the Historical Commission, if I'm not mistaken, they get funding from other sources, and so this is, the portion that they asked for from us.
Okay.
Just a little bit additional to pay their part-time intern.
And I'll say, I mean, when you think about our boards and committees that council has created, it is rare to have a funding request for some type of staffing support, because that brings up a whole lot of questions about who does the staff member report to, is getting county funds, they're through the county. So this is unusual this year, but again, we wanted you to see it because we received it.
It's a first-time request for staff, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
That I recall.
Never seen that.
Yeah. I'm just looking, I mean, because it's something that we can do for tourism and supports the county in its entirety. So I mean, I'd like to support them as much as we can because they provide a valuable service and they protect our history. Okay.
Okay, and then included in the external agencies, we have the public defender, where they're asking for a 4% increase for their career ladder, and other staffing. And then, next slide, Sherry. Soil and water conservation, and then the solicitor's office. Solicitor's also asking for additional funding for staffing and salary increases.
And then if you highlight there on the solicitor, they're part of that grant funding that's going away again, that they do have the victim, was it the task force? Yeah, the grant.
Victim Crimes Task Force. This is a grant that covers 2 positions in the sheriff's office and an attorney position with the solicitor's office.
And do some of these offices support multiple counties?
Some of them do.
Yeah, the 6th district is Lancaster, Chester, and Fairfield County.
So this is our portion
That's our
for the
portion
county.
of
Yeah.
their cost.
But even though you can get a 6th district grant, and you could ask for 2 solicitors, you got to be designated to a county. You can't serve 3 counties. You've got to work in whichever county the grant specifies.
Right. So I just want to check to make sure the services that we're getting or the costs are allocated for the use.
Yeah, those are just allocated for our county.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just Lancaster County.
That 204,000 increase is just for Lancaster County?
Yes, yes.
Just Lancaster.
Okay.
What we give stays in Lancaster County.
Okay.
It don't, those people don't go to Fairfield and work.
Okay.
All right, next slide. Okay, so the next series of slides, about 3 or 4 slides, is really just covering outside of the general fund, our other funding sources, just showing the overall change from the current year to next year. Some have gone down significantly, and so just going fund at a time, our county impact fees, capital improvement, and this is without regard to collections. We have not started to dig into the revenue projections for what we expect to collect in either of these areas, but this is just based on what's being requested within each of these funds, the change.
And this is one where just a conversation about having the impact fees revised and when we can do that. Like, we need to get on the ball with that because we've been talking about it.
Okay, next slide.
One question I would have is, so for like the stormwater and Mr. Harper knew that there was $4 million sitting there, how do we understand what the balances are in those different funds? Is that within the file we received?
No, it's not.
Okay, so how do we see the fund balances for those different buckets?
The end-of-year fund balance is reported in our annual financial report in the ACFR. And so if there are interim changes like those that we've brought forward for a budget amendment and there's an appropriation, that would change the amount. But the end-of-year ACFR will show the amount, but it's not on any of the reports that you receive. But we can provide a summary report of the fund balance for that.
That would be good, just to understand like where those are.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, and this is just a continuation of each of the different funds. And you'll see, again, significant changes with the transportation receiving less funding from the state, with our debt service, our principal and interest payments going down significantly, airport project costs going down significantly. And again, this is just based on the request. And Indian Land Consolidated Fire and Capital Sales Tax 3. Fire is based on the request, Capital Sales Tax 3 based on new construction and renovation requests.
I should have asked this earlier, but the debt service, can you just briefly explain why that debt service is dropping?
The most significant part of the debt service in this fund is for the current year. When we started the year, what we have budgeted in debt service was all of our debt, to include the debt for the interest revenue purchase bond for the regional park. And so we realigned that because the regional park does have its own funding source outside of what we typically would call debt service. And so that significant realignment is what brought that down.
Okay, so it's not an actual reduction in spend, it's just a kind of a...
It's a realignment.
Realignment, okay. Dang, okay.
And the reduction at the airport, is that?
But it did go down.
It did go down because the principal and interest payments will go down, but also the realignment. So this, again, is the net change. And so what's reflected there are only the payments that we pay out of our Fund 30 on your spreadsheet for debt payments, for debt service.
So the airport, is that related to the terminal and finishing up on that, or?
I think that's those tank removals, biggest part of that, isn't it?
It's projects at the airport. I can't name them specifically, but we can provide that if we need.
It's those underground tanks.
Okay.
We haven't actually, excuse me, you'll see in the airport request, still has that, we haven't moved those the underground, that's generally related to the terminal. And shifting funds from, we shifted funds in last year from the fund balance, general fund balance into there that we won't have expended for the new year. We don't need for the new year.
Okay.
Next slide. All right. Another factor that it will impact the budget requests are some things that we're mandated to do. The cost of living increase for probate judges, which we've already gotten the formal notification about, will impact us a very small impact, but it's something that we have to do, as well as looking at the potential for an increase in our health insurance rates for both the employer and the employee side. And so we're estimating about a 4% increase. It won't be effective until January 1st, so the $128,000 is just a 6-month payment, but we would need to factor in for next year the full 12 months.
Let me
We'll continue to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I got a question. The 2.25% for the probate judge, will we do across-the-board salary increase for all departments?
Yeah,
And if we go over 2.25, will it be adjusted?
Well, actually, for the probate judge, the letter does state that if there is any increase that's done organization-wide, that the probate judge would receive that, as well as the cost of living required by the state.
Get a double whammy.
No, but will it go over, like if we give a, let's say 4% raise, and that percentage is 2.5, will we bring 2.25 up to 4%? Or will we go above and beyond?
They're gonna get both, yeah, they're gonna get 6.2.
This is state supplement, right?
It's a state supplement, so it would be in addition to.
It won't be more than what we've given our staff. That's
We'll double,
that's what I'm saying.
6.2.
well, we'll double, there is a letter from the state Supreme Court justice about this, and we'll double check it, but if we give a 4% raise, you're right, do they get more than top of that? And we'll clarify that, because we do have that letter from them.
I can understand us matching it to whatever point we're giving our staff, but not above and beyond.
So
Okay.
we'll confirm that. We'll continue to monitor state legislation. One thing that we have gotten at least preliminary notice about is a potential increase in housing juvenile detainees. And right now we pay, I believe it's $40 a day. The projected increase is up to as much as $400 a day. And we'll also continue to watch for market trends and other factors like tariffs. We've gotten quite a bit of feedback on just kind of day-to-day what's happening with the conversation around tariffs. So if there is something we need to factor in related to that, especially with the purchase of vehicles and equipment, we'll bring that back to factor that in as well.
And that changes could increase our cost to house juveniles by $500,000 a year.
It goes up to the
State
400.
unfunded mandate.
Yeah. If it goes to the 400, yeah.
All right, we will continue to follow the Consumer Price Index, where that might factor in if there's an increase in, if there's inflation, it could play a role in potentially sales tax. And so as we're looking at our revenue projections, we'll take that into account. Any annual increases, which we'll look at a little bit later, kind of in what I would call like a dashboard or landscape view. Those things that we don't have any control over, we have to respond to. If there's rate increases with our utilities or insurance, there's a potential proposed increase for the rooftop fees for Van Wyck Fire District. The capital request, especially in the out years, planning for those and updating our capital improvement plan. We'll look at the activity with Capital Sales Project 3, and we'll also, we're still managing the ARPA funding, spending those funds down, closing that out, and we'll report back on that as well. Next slide. All right, so this is what, what I call like the dashboard or our landscape view of just looking at, if we're just looking at the impact on the general fund of new requests, those first two bars, the utilities, gas, and technology contracts, and the health insurance increase, these are the ones that we don't have a choice to do. And so on the lower end increase, if we only did those things that we're required to do, we're looking at a $0.6 million increase. But once we start taking into account potential across-the-board increases, I included the probate judge increase there, even though it's required, it's such a small amount, but just to include it there with our salary and benefit increases, potentially increasing our minimum pay to $15 an hour, factoring in if we were to do a 401k match, that's about another $400,000. If we are to propose, a pay for performance, like we did last year with the merit increase, we're looking at in just potential salary increases, $2.2 million. With our Christmas pay, which we've done year over year, that's about $4.4 million. ERP, which we will go into to great detail about that when we talk through our CIP plan. Just in the first year for CIP, for ERP, we're looking at $1.9 million, and that's to cover the cost of the software, ongoing consultation services, as well as any staff augmentation. And so right now, there's a request for one position for that first year. Potential new positions and salary increases, some of which you've heard the departments talk about. Those alone are $8.3 million, and then in the non-personnel costs request an additional $20.3 million. So if we were to do everything that is included in the request, At this stage, we're talking about an additional $33.6 million above the current year budget. And so we know that we have a limited amount of resources, and we'll have to prioritize to whittle that down. But this is what it would be as of today if we were all in.
I've got a question. On our 401K match, do we match regardless whether the employee contributes or they contribute and we match? How's that?
We don't do anything right now, presently.
But that's what we recommend. I thought we talked about.
We had said a benefit option when we met in February could be a new benefit to do a 401K match. We had presented a $10 paycheck contribution. Council said could be open, but you want to make sure it did have an employee contribution as well.
That's
So yes.
Yeah.
So-
So that's what's going to be recommended.
Not necessarily. Now is the time to hear from council. We're going to talk some more about some benefit levels and different things. If you want to do, again, if you want to do a minimum wage increase, we're going to talk about across the board increase. There'll be some other options for council to give me feedback where you think a benefit enhancement would be of interest to council. So I don't have a recommendation.
Talk about that now.
Sure.
Okay.
Or that, I'd say, let's do a few more slides
Okay.
when you get to the, because we're going to talk about the
No, I'll
minimum
forget.
wage.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll forget.
write
so
it down.
Write it down.
All right, so we won't let you forget. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're capturing all the talking. Okay, all right, so if we just shift a little bit and start looking at our current workforce, and this is as of February this year, we had, and these numbers are just filled positions, so not all of the authorized or approved positions, but just those that are filled, 656 in full-time, 815 in part-time, and of those part-time, 586 are election workers. Average tenure of our full-time staff is 7.2 years, and the average annual salary for the non-exempt employees, 529 of them, is just over $52,000 annually. All right, so just a little bit more detail about our workforce. 60% of our folks are 5 years and under, 18% in that 6 to 10-year range, and so on. Our oldest working employee is 81 years old. Mrs. Berry, who is she reached her 51-year mark in January. We have 21 employees that are over 28 years, 46 that are between 70 and 80. And then we got some hot off the press information. Willie Stewart, he's our oldest full-time employee. He's 81. He's been an equipment operator with the county for 9 years. And then Cricket Harper, he's our oldest part-time employee. He's 83 years old, works with the coroner's transport team. He's been with us for 11 years. All right, so just mentioned a little bit about the potential of increasing our minimum to $15 an hour. And so this is our current pay scale. And when we look at our hourly staff, there's 163 staff that 29 of them are under that $15 right now. And if you look right below that, you'll see the breakout of they're either working 1,950 hours a year or 2,080 a year. And so the annual salary range for each of those groups. And so Tier 1, they're under $15. Tier 2, they're under $18, 88 of those folks. And then in Tier 3, they're under $20. Next slide.
Those are both full-time positions, right?
I'm sorry?
Are both those hour amounts are full-time
They are both
positions,
full-time.
correct?
Correct. So with the proposed increase, we look at 3 different options for a proposed increase. If we were just to take the folks that were below 15 up to a minimum of 15, and the assumption here is that they're all at the lowest end of the range. They all work 20-80 hours, and so the high-end estimate would be, including benefits, just over $234,000.
Just a question on that. So as you move those folks up to the $15, does this include then the wage compression that you're going to have with everyone that was at 15 now having to move up to? Or is this just the 29?
That's just the 29, moving them to 15.
So this number is really going to be a lot higher because there's going to be wage compression felt along the entire chain.
If compression is addressed, and that is it's a choice, about whether a compression would be addressed, but this is just looking at without any consideration to compression, okay? And so we know that, folks are at multiple stages on, within the range, but this is just a high-end estimate, assuming everybody's at the lowest and they're all working 20, 80 hours. Option 2, same scenario.
But also make sure on that same thing we said, we did the assumption on this that everyone is at the $12 an hour. So there's already a little cushion, but to your point, we would have to factor how much compaction then do you want to address? If someone is at 1505 or 1525, then do you want to start doing a little bump ups there? So there's a little bit of guidance or how we would address that.
Well, I imagine there's like a responsibility level that's between each of those tiers right now. So if you're moving someone up a tier.
Is that by job or like, I mean, maybe?
It's just by dollar amount. We just pulled the strict dollar amounts. So meaning we have people across multiple departments in that 29. So is there a supervisor level difference between there? Generally, probably not on tier 1. Yeah, but as you get up, yes.
Yeah.
So, like you were saying, if someone is making 12 and they move up to 15, and the second tier, they're making 1550, will they move up at all?
Not, depends on what council wants to do. So we're giving you 3 options. If you say, hey, we're maybe more comfortable that we want our minimum for Lancaster County to be $16 an hour, then we'll relook at everything. But right now, we're just giving you the snapshot of what an initial impact would be on the budget if you do want to make an adjustment to what we consider the minimum wage for county employees.
Can we say, oh, I'm in favor of tier 2, that means between $15 and $18 an hour?
Well,
It will depend on positions.
what we're saying is we're saying going to 18. So we're giving you the information.
I just said, it says $17.99. I'm going from 15 to $17.99.
I got you. But we are sitting here, if you go option 2, we're telling you we would have to move 117 people to make $18 an hour. And if you get those 117 people from where they're currently at to the $18 an hour, that impact will be $1.2 million.
And then you have the wage compression on the next.
If you, then how do we address a compaction?
I'm not saying to $18, I'm saying
And I'll welcome any feedback and we can run some more numbers.
$16.50,
Yep, absolutely.
No.
Absolutely.
a range, not 18, but a
We
range.
got to be careful, because you heard her say it's 33.6 million, we've got to decrease that we can't afford.
And I heard that, but our employees are suffering.
They do.
I
I
mean,
don't
you're
think we
making
need to go on.
$29,000 a year, you ain't gonna be
I agree.
doing too much.
You got to be careful
I'm with
what the outcome's going to be, you moving this and.
And I do understand that, but I think we need to look out for all of our employees, because making $29,000 in this day and age, it's not doable. I mean, you just can't survive. You just can't.
There, as Ms. Harris has, we just picked 15, 18 to 20, and actually it is based in comparisons because we know other organizations are charging these or paying these amounts, meaning SEDOT really has a $20 an hour as their minimum wage. So we have people at Public Works who are 100 yards away from the SEDOT yard, and their comparison is DOT is paying $20 an hour. And so also understanding what some of the other local private sector, maybe retail or groceries paying as well, but then even understanding what is a $15 an hour minimum, what does that impact?
Yeah, and I believe me, I do understand it, but I still want to pay our employees as much as this county can afford, simply because it's not just going up for certain people, it's going up, prices are going up across the board. And it's $29,000 is not sustainable for a family, even for one.
And we'll reiterate this, but what we want to highlight today in your first budget workshop is you're now seeing what I'm seeing. And so you've seen the initial requests, and you'll see the ones on Wednesday make up all of this when you have 76.5 position requests across the organization. When you think about raising the minimum. You think about across-the-board increase. We know we have to do insurance increase. We have cost of living, gas, and some other things. So we're just giving you the full picture here, and then I need feedback from y'all if you want to do that.
This is my feedback to you, okay? That's my feedback.
Appreciate it.
All right, so the next series of slides is just a breakdown of all of the requests for salary adjustments, including those you heard today. This also includes not just the individual salary adjustments, but where departments requested a career ladder increase. Next slide. All right, so in total, just in salary adjustments, the individual position increases as well as career ladder increases, you're looking at just over $543,000. And then in the new position request, we just listed out each one individually. Of the 76 and a half positions, each of those position titles, the department that's asking for it, and the total cost, which includes any fringe benefits and non-personnel costs to go with that. So if they requested not just the position itself, but if they requested overtime or travel, any equipment like cell phone, desk phone, laptop, if there's any increase for additional equipment, uniforms, supplies, that's included in this number. Next slide.
So I'm sorry, the 7 million includes salaries, benefits, supplies, furniture?
Equipment, yes, anything
Equipment.
that's requested just for that position. So if it's a yes to the position, it's typically a yes to those additional non-personnel costs. And if it's a no to the position, then everything that was included in that package would go away as well.
I'd like to get something that just shows salaries and benefits and then equipment, just again, to split those between reoccurring costs versus one-time costs.
Yes, sir. Next slide. Next slide. Might be 5 or 6 slides. All right, included in this number are the full-time, you'll see the full-time and the part-time positions, including.
So this is just salary, equipment. This is not like vehicles or anything like that, that you know, like if you add deputies, you obviously have to add a vehicle with them.
Vehicle's not in this number. The equipment that would go on their bodies, that's included in this number, but not the vehicle. All right, next slide. All right, and so this is really just a carve-out of some of the things that, at least at first glance, have kind of risen to the top. We only pulled these items out to include as a part of the potential admin's recommendation, just the sheriff and animal shelter positions, detention center officers, the positions with the Indian Land and EMS collaboration, positions for the McDonald Green Fire Department, and the grant coordinator position, the new position for ERP, picking up those positions that the grant funding is ending for. You're looking at just over $2 million. And we've included the solicitor's position there as far as the grant ending, but that portion of this funding, again, it's in our contracted services as they're an external agency.
And so make sure you heard from Ms. Harris. That is just to give you a snapshot. When I'm looking at 76 position requests, just pull a handful out. And if that seems to be a priority for council, we're talking 2.2 million right there alone. And we'll talk about revenue here in a second, but that just gives you a snapshot of how you can think about positions. So again, whatever feedback you have for me about some positions that you think we really need to look harder at to include in a potential recommendation, I'm open to that.
All right, and just to sum up a few of the compensation requests, the detention officer pay, the career ladder salary increase there is $230,000 and change to align those positions to the patrol duty pay. The coroner's office, six staff, salary increase there related to certifications and additional duties. The $304,000 in our contracted services, the solicitor and public defender departments, external agencies combined, as they're both asking for a 4% salary increase. And in the general fund portion of the salary adjustments and new positions is $7.5 million. So of that $7.7 million, almost all of it is the general fund request. Next slide. Other potential enhancements that we had talked about across the board, if there is a 2.5% salary increase in all funds, it's $1.5 million. The majority of that, $1.3 million, is in the general fund. Pay for performance, that's aligned with our appraisal tool, is right at $400K, averaging about $800 per position. If we're looking at the increase in the minimum pay for full-time to the $15 an hour, and again, assuming they're all 20/80 hours, we're looking at right at $235K. The other two scenarios, if we were to go to 18 hours, that would be everyone going to 18 or everyone going to 20. It's $1.2 million or 2.1 respectively. The 401K match, which would be $10 for 24 pay periods, including the benefits, is right at $225K. And there's also discussion around expanding the convenience sites, adding 12 part-time positions to be able to cover 6 sites to expand services and daily hours at $175K. All right, and next steps for us after today, we'll come back here next Wednesday to hear the remainder of the departmental requests. We'll also dig into the CIP, as well as detailing the request around our ERP. And then we'll come back on May 7th, where our county administrator will submit his recommended budget to you all. We'll have further discussion around it before we get into the first, second, and third reading, and ultimately approval and adoption of the budget for next year.
And Ms. McGriffin, I'm going to lose your question. Is there something?
God, no.
We do have another presentation on revenue, but I thought now would be a good time to stop because we've thrown a couple of different things at you about the different scenarios that we're looking at, from the position requests to other benefit enhancements, if you do minimum wage. So if you have some thoughts or questions, we can stop there and then we'll get into the revenue.
I just got some thoughts, but we're going to be able to talk about it in your recommendations to council.
Yes, but I'd love more conversation to help.
It's up in the air, we'll discuss that. But I'm going to say again this year, I don't like to pay for performance. Don't like that. But I think you already know that. That's just my opinion.
Mr. Mosteller.
Back to the McDonald Green Fire Department staff, and 3 captains and 6 engineers. Where did that come in? I thought it was 3 and 3.
If you do, so if you do, well, if you look at the full request, you're going to hear from fire next meeting, start with McDonald Green, but then if they find another one to expand to again, they have a full request of 16 over next year and a half. So we're just.
But still, it's under McDonald Green, 6 engineers. It's
right.
Supposed to be 3 and 3 there.
Right. This is just a scenario. You're going to hear the full request that Darren's already kind of presented. Our fire director has already presented once, but you'll hear that next Wednesday.
That should be under Heat Springs or Ritchie or wherever they put it. That other 3 should fall there, not here.
Agreed. But yeah, you're correct. It's just a thought about if you do other fire department staffing, it shouldn't just solely be McDonald Green. Just trying to give a sample of all the requests out there, because I believe the full request is for 16 or 18 firefighters if you do McDonald Green and then go into another area. But you'll hear that next Wednesday from Mr.
I got one other thing. This facilities manager you got online for $90,000. What is this?
What?
Facilities
manager you got online. That
Yes.
job.
So it's the current position of our building maintenance director. We just added the facilities title to it. So it's existing position.
Okay. That's way more than what our previous guy that was released.
Right.
Where's this much more money come from?
Well, we have a range on there. So we have a range on listed with that position. I don't know what talent we're going to attract. And so,
What bothers me is $90,000 is a whole lot more than some department heads that's been here for years and years. Somebody starting out at $90,000 is, I don't get it to me. And to me, a facility manager comes in, he's not going to be no boots on the ground working. He's going to stand there and punch buttons and tell somebody else what to do. We need people, boots on the ground, working. That's what our previous manager did. He worked with all the rest of the crowd. But this title right here, this person ain't going to get his hands dirty, I promise you.
again, we're in the application process, so.
I don't agree with that because we need people with boots on the ground. We could hire a couple people in that department with boots on the ground working for that much money.
But I will say, I think as we have the position description written, that they do have knowledge in maintenance, repair, but I also need someone who can do that big. We've added 3 new facilities. I need someone who can manage contracts for landscaping. I need someone who can take the broader preventive maintenance. So I think it's a dual position where they are still, because they have to lead a staff of maintenance techs. They do have to have understanding of maintenance and being able to fix some things.
But you're losing somebody that done this job, that done that job, plus he got his hands dirty.
We're just in the application phase, so I don't know the candidates.
You're hiring is another manager that we don't need. We need some people that can actually get out here and work.
I think the position reflects what we need, and I think it's both.
He's going to be a go-to guy for you is basically what he's going to be. That's all he's going to do. He's not going to get out here and do any work. And you know, we're trying to cut budget and stuff here, trying to get jobs that's actually, you know, needed and stuff, departments and stuff. And I just think we need to hire some people. I know that department needs them, but to pay somebody $90,000 to come in just to be a manager, I have a problem with it right now.
Again, I haven't seen the applicants. We have the position open. My intent is to have somebody.
That should have come back for council because.
Is this position funded?
Yeah, it's.
Not that much, is not.
Well, that's a pay range, so yes, we have,
We just hadn't hired at that level.
correct. So I don't know what the applicant pool is. We've talked about people not being able to recruit. I don't know what people are asking in that salary range right now.
Yeah, a lot of people would love to get out here and get their hands dirty for $90,000, trust me. But you bring it in somebody that's going to be a supervisor.
Sure, they definitely have to have supervisory skills.
That's right. And the guy that we had that was released by the county, he could do both.
Mhm.
And I think that's what you need to try to hire. Somebody that can do both to fill a void where I think we got 2 people working now.
Yeah.
And to me, Tyler, I know Tyler.
One of the current
that
staff
works in
members.
that department now. I mean, he's a great guy that could move up. We need to give these people in our county opportunities to move up within their department. I've said this time after time, and every time I look around, we're hiring somebody outside somewhere. We're not giving our people in the county opportunities. So that's what I want to see. I want to see people being moved up. So who wants to work somewhere? You talk about recruitment, keeping people in 401ks and all that, trying to keep them. You need to give them the opportunity to be able to say, hey, I got a chance to move up to this position. If they think they're not going to ever get to move up, that's a morale thing, and I'm going to leave. I wouldn't stay if I'm not going to ever have opportunity to improve myself within the company or government or wherever you work. So I think we need to do more of that we're not doing. We want to have posting for these high-paid people and stuff, And we could move these people we got, and I ain't just talking about this job, I'm talking about other jobs that the county failed to do with hiring within.
Got it, understood. I will say, you'll hear next week as part of the building maintenance budget presentation, they also have what we were just talking about. They are requesting that all the positions within building maintenance get a pay bump. And there is one vacancy. We still have a maintenance tech position vacant that we've had vacant for going on 2 years. And so I do think looking at the salaries in all the positions within building maintenance or facilities and building maintenance is needed. And so that's part of the conversation you'll hear as part of the budget request next week from that department. So, but back to your premise, I think the position is described correctly, is posted correctly for where we are as a county, what we need to do. We do need someone who has that maintenance understanding, but I also need someone when we're doing these new buildings or doing these other things, we have new buildings coming online with coroner's office and different things. How can I have someone who also helps, as the sheriff's requested, for a maintenance tech just for the jail? So I need someone who can think holistically about all of our facility needs and what is our preventive maintenance. We have 13 generators, we have 7 contracts, we have all these things that need someone who can look at all these as well as keep our maintenance on schedule. So I think.
And we've been doing it, and that department's been doing a great job for years and years.
But it's a growing county.
They have, they've done a great job of keeping our facilities up. And that's why I think we need to get somebody in here that can do both. Actually, if he wants to be the manager of that department, the boss, that's fine. But he gets in here and work with the guys. That's the type of person we need to be hiring. Instead of hiring a manager, and then you're gonna have to hire more people, then he's gonna want more people under him, and that's just spending more money that we don't have. I mean, we got $30 million worth of stuff here now that people's asking for. So we don't need to keep compounding that.
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Mosteller. If we got people in the building that works for the county and they can do the job, I'd like to see them get promoted and, keep them here. Let's keep our good people here and not go out if we don't have to.
Yes. All right, so I'll talk us through the picture of our revenue as we stand today before I turn us over to our budget director, but we'll look at our current collections. And then Jamie will walk us through some of our preliminary projections. She'll talk us through the methodology and look at just some of the initial forecasts. Next slide. Okay, so I'll start us at the highest level. And so this is looking at all of our collections. And so within our general ledger, we have funding that is budgeted, and then we also have funding that we're just a pass-through for, like the schools. But at the highest level, all of the funds that we're collecting includes the schools and all funds. And so this is a snapshot of that picture. And so where we stood, at least through the end of March, was just over $247 million. All right.
Harris, would you back up on that one second? You highlight the why FY24 spiked?
Right, and so the huge increase in collections in the prior fiscal year was related to that installment purchase revenue bond that I spoke about, the dollars that we had taken in for our detention center and regional park projects. Okay, thank you. All right, so if we go the next level deeper and just look at the revenue collections for only our budgeted funds, we're looking at we had adopted $149 million through the end of March. We were at $111 million in change in collections, with our top 3 budgeted funds there in the top right being in our general fund, our capital sales tax 3, and in Indian Land Fire.
So in my slides, the graph is not showing up. I don't know.
We don't have that. We got revenue.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think that's a technical issue. We can make sure you get copies of that. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. All right, so just getting into, if we go the next level deeper, just looking at our general fund. And so we've pulled out some of the revenue sources that we tend to focus on, those that are the higher dollar collections, and just included a brief description of each one of those. And so, excuse me, each one of these that we have listed here with a brief definition, these are the ones that our budget director will walk us through and kind of talk about not just where we stand, but looking at projecting out for next year and in the next 2 years. Next slide. All right, there's more definitions. All right, and this is the same picture, but just looking at the general fund where we adopted just over 90 million, and through the end of March, we had collected just under 79 million, with the highest being in our ad valorem, our real property taxes, local option rollback, which is funding that we don't get to keep, but it is just, if we're just looking at our top 5 collection areas, vehicles, building permits, and state aid, these are just the top 5, just looking at dollars.
So just, I want to make sure I understand. So that 1% local option rollback, that's the credit back that
It
people
is.
get on taxes.
That's correct.
And then there's a line item that's local option revenue. Is that the portion we keep?
That is the portion that we get to keep, correct.
So we're keeping, year to date, we're like $3 million and change. Okay, and we gave back about $8 million so far this year.
Okay, and I will now turn us over to our budget director to start talking us through some of our projections.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jamie Provoznak, Budget Director. I know it's been a long afternoon for you, so I appreciate you listening. I do want to briefly thank the folks that are in the last row here, Carrie, Dawn, Suzette, and Brad. They have been very influential in helping us develop methodology and also what does this year-end projection look like for us and what does the forecast look like for us. In addition, we've had some commentary from Clayton Cato and Darren Robinson over in Building Inspections to help with number of permits and to really look at that. So now we're transitioning from the expenditure side of the house over to the revenue side of the house. And I apologize, I don't think that you guys can actually see the line charts in your deck, in your paper deck. So, so we'll go off of what's on the screens. This is your, if you could turn back to ad valorem, thank you. Regarding ad valorem tax, this is your real property tax. This is the most common tax in your general fund. And what you see, I know you got a list, but this is information you also received at council retreat, but it's been updated to reflect where we are today. So you'll see 3 years of actuals collected, that's FY22 through FY24. You'll see the revenue budget for ad valorem, FY25, right there in the middle. And then our year-end projection, which I'll discuss in detail, what our methodology is used, what we used as a team to develop the methodology, and also the proposed budget, and 3 out years, FY27 through FY29, and that's the dotted line. And so if you look, let's not forget, which we'll hear from Mr. Carnes later, that this is a year for reassessment of real property, real and commercial property. So we want to put a pin in that and remember that. And then also our year-to-date actual, what actually came in the door from July 1 through March 31st, no, 30 days after September, is around 36 million. So when we think about the ad valorem tax, it's really a bell curve, and we've pretty much collected, our carry has pretty much collected what we're going to collect for the first 3 quarters of the fiscal year. So that last quarter of the fiscal year, we're not really collecting that much. The money now is being collected with our Jennifer Page delinquent tax. So that 36 million, we're fairly confident about. After conversations with our Brad Carnes about what does growth look like in terms of number of unit counts, parcels, we're estimating, now this is early, everybody, but we're estimating about 2.2 million in new growth related to real property. Now, let's remember that Brad Carnes and his team are they're a calendar year behind us. So that money that we'll realize is going to be realized later. So FY 26, 27, 28. And of course, Brad can correct me if I'm wrong, but we did take that growth into consideration. So as you're driving up 521 and you're seeing commercial residential development, where do we factor that in? So we're going to factor that in, and we did, at least as a team, in FY 26, FY 27, and FY 28. Next slide, please, Sherry. This is your vehicle tax. If you remember, when you go, you're paying for your tag, you're paying for your registering your vehicle, your tag, your road improvement fee. That's all on one particular bill. And so that overall trend is slowly going up. And so as our team was sitting around the table talking about growth and what's been billed, we're estimating no more than 8% in year-over-year growth and what we bill and the number of vehicles that are registered. So that's some of the pieces of information that we use when we begin to develop what that year-end projection looks like, what the proposed budget looks like, and then in those out years. So it's the same rhetoric here, the same rhythm on this particular slide. We're looking at 3 years of actuals collected that came in the door. So that's $4 million. Again, you can find this information in your AFR as well of what revenue is collected. And then your budget, what you adopted for vehicle tax this time last year, 4.7. We see at that little note in the left-hand corner, what we've collected to date is $4 million. So we're pretty darn close, and we still have 3 more months to go to close out the fiscal year. And so again, when we were talking about that year-end projection, we're looking at what's happening in the last quarter of the FY24 fiscal year and the last quarter of the FY23 fiscal year, and what's happening. And so anywhere between $200,000 and $400,000 we're bringing in. And so we factored that in with the year-end projection and then started to add no more than 8% growth for the proposed and then those 3 out years. Next slide. You asked about this, Mr. Graham. What's the revenue that really comes in with the sales and use tax? So as folks are going and they're purchasing things, the revenue that we receive is roughly $3 million. This is distributed to us from the South Carolina Treasurer's Office. And so give me one moment so I could catch myself up. So what we know we collect this in arrears as well, so it's always a month behind. And so the year-over-year change in this particular revenue, when we're looking at percent change year over year, and we take an average of that, it's roughly 4.6%. And so we also went back and looked at what was collected in the last quarter of FY23 and FY24. And so that's roughly between $594,000, $675,000. And so we factored that into the year-end projection that you see at $4 million. And so projecting in those out years, we used as a modifier 6%, 6.5%. Now let's not forget that we've got Target and Costco and other big box lots that are opening where we're hoping people are going to come here and come across the border, spend in our county, and this is good for us. So growth can be good and bad, right? So this is based on when do we foresee these particular businesses getting their certificate of occupancy. That gets it on our tax rolls. Then we could start realizing revenue. The next slide, please, Sherry. Building permits, this is where you heard this morning, heavens, you heard this earlier today from Mr. Darren Robinson, our building inspector, building inspections department director, and he's really the one that is helping us determine, okay, when we're talking about permits, what are the number of permits that are coming on, residential, commercial, and, you know, he has noted in his performance indicators, I know this was a few hours ago, you know, how many permits he's collecting in these areas, and that's 809 new house permits. And so we use that particular number when we're looking at our year-end projection and also what we propose for our budget to be. And Darren is probably a better, he could probably better explain that dramatic dip from FY22 to FY23 in collections. That's revenue collections. But then we stabilized, you could see that trend line, and then you could see it picking up. And what the good news is that note in the lower left corner is what we've collected to date, July 1 through March 31st, and that's 3.9 million in permits. So we have surpassed our FY25 budget number of 3.2. And so we definitely want to use that, including what we know, what's coming online. We know there's various neighborhoods, Sugar Creek, Roslyn, Edgewater, the list goes on, of residential development that it will be seeking permits. So we definitely want to use that when we begin to project out and propose an estimated budget for you. Interest income is next.
Ms. Buzak, we are passing around, so you have notes that actually has the information and line item. Didn't realize that when they printed, they didn't have the line item on them, or the graph on them. So if you want to make some notes on those, you'll have those.
Absolutely.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed.
Well, the projection is
Yes.
From 24. But 24 was still lower. So it's still going to have that sag. It's just going to be worse. No, I know. Yeah, I agree.
well.
Every time I look at it, I'm like, oh, wait.
If I may, if I may, Mr. Graham, point to that. When you're looking at the actuals, the projection, the year-end projection number is built off of the 3.9 cash receipt.
The FY25 budget is is continuing the sag.
Understood. Understood. Thank you. No, understood. Keep going. Keep going.
We need, okay. Thank you for that feedback, Mr. Graham. Interest income is next.
Good thing.
So local government is allowed to invest their idle cash. So we have our investments in the local government investment pool in the state treasurer's office. So when we go out to the state treasurer's office, we'll look at the returns, the yield. And so as of February 2025, the yield at the LGIP, local government investment pool, is 4.56. And so that's certainly something that we consider when we are projecting out what our budget would be and what our off years would be. And then also, we want to be very cognizant of what's going on at the federal level, interest rates, the Federal Reserves. In interest, a monthly range that we collect is anywhere between $264,000 and $355,000. So we used for the last quarter about $264,000 each month to develop the year-end projection, and then we have the proposed budget for you, and then the 3 out years. So that's related to interest income and investing idle cash. Ambulance charges, you heard a little bit from Mr. Cato this afternoon about billing and his reimbursements and what he can get. And so Mr. Cato was able to comment on this as well. So this trend, so you've got your 3 years of actuals, you do have your budget. We've about equal to the budget, a little over $3 million that we've collected to date. We're proposing $3.6 million, or I'm sorry, $3.8 million as the budget for FY26 at this point. We have a year-over-year percent change. The average is about 4%. And Mr. Cato, you know, when you think about ambulance charges, it's a user charge. So anybody who's using the service pays for the service. Very different from your property tax and vehicle tax. So this is going to fluctuate as well, but you could see a steady trend over time. And so we'll be revisiting revenue as we continue to close out the fiscal year, but if anybody has any thoughts, questions, please feel free to jump right on in.
Anyone have any questions? You did a good job, no questions.
Thank you, everybody.
But again, this is a work in progress, and as we continue to get more better numbers, but you've heard the important thing I think for you all to hear is what our methodology is in terms of what we're looking at, where you heard like maybe the 8% increase, a 4% increase. So we've kind of played that out from what was the actual to how we project out. But this is going to be important as we come maybe even next week, or certainly within 2 weeks, about how much new revenue do we think we're going to budget for. And so say, if through all this, we're going to have $4 million in new revenue, or maybe even $5 million in new revenue, what does that allow us to do for position requests across the board, other benefit enhancements, and address some of the $20 million in operating requests or whatever? And so once we feel comfortable with that number, I think it'll help me certainly with the recommendation, but give you all some more things to think about if you can do a minimum wage increase or if you can do some other benefit enhancement. So we'll hone in on that.
I do have a question or two. So there's a bucket for state aid to subdivisions. Is that stuff we actually receive?
Sabrina, want to take that one, the state aid? That's what the treasurer gets that.
Oh, so that goes. I'm just trying to make sure I understand all the available sources of funds. And the other one was the fee in lieu of tax. Those are two big buckets, it seems. So are those funds that we actually
Yeah, the fee in lieu of taxes is where we've got deals with businesses, and so they're paying a fee instead of paying an actual tax.
And that's $2 million.
Right.
And that state aid is like 3.6.
That's what's commonly called a local government fund. That's money we receive back from the state.
Okay. All right. So we talked about building fees or building permit fees, looking at the cost. Is that something that we will see as maybe options in terms of increasing those fees or talking about what those fees actually are?
Yeah, we, in the fee schedule, which should have been your information, I don't recall if Mr. Robbins, we did do some adjustments this past year, in the current fiscal year, on some fee adjustments. I don't recall if Mr. Robinson had asked for a recommendation to increase some fees. We'll look at that no, okay, so he did not. But that certainly is within your purview.
I think we should at least discuss it.
So when we go through the fee schedule, if there's some certain ones, as Mr. Robinson said, like sometimes inspections don't pass the first round. Is there a second higher fee you want to charge for inspections? Do you want different building permit fees, or there's a whole host of fees that we can adjust Just depends on where your comfort level is with the building industry and where you want to generate some
I
revenue.
mean, I think we should at least discuss it. I mean, I think it's an option of where impacts come from new houses and impacts to the county.
Yeah, to me, that 24% of failed inspections that holds steady just about year after year, you would think that the contractors would learn of what we have to do and they'd get it right more. Okay, we are down to 6:11, way past Ms. McGriff's 4:30 timeline.
Yes, yes.
You're gonna have to estimate better or push harder.
It did not work.
I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion to adjourn. We stand adjourned.
Did not work. Stephanie.
Well, we got on the